not be execing any bills today. So if somebody's hanging around to hear us exec something, that's not going to occur today. We will be execing bills on Friday. It's noted as hearing day, but those bills will be announced on the floor tomorrow. So we will be execing bills on Friday. Okay. We're starting out today with House Bill 331 relative to the income threshold for the Education Freedom Account program. Welcome, Representative Lekes.
Thank you, Chairman. Alicia Lekes, Hillsborough, 38, Hudson and Litchfield. And I want to start out by saying when we first designed the EFAs, we designed them without a cap. The intent was that they were open to every kid in the state because they're all our kids. And we need to make sure they all have the opportunity for an adequate education. All of their parents pay taxes. We do not have means testing for public schools. Why should we have means testing for this? This is the opportunity, this is the money for the opportunity for an adequate education. It is per student. It should follow each student wherever they go. It's not the whole shebang. It's not everything it costs to send a kid to school. It is just the state money to give the opportunity for an adequate education for every child in the state. And so therefore, this was designed so that every child can get it. And that's what this bill does. It just gets rid of the cap that got added later and puts it back to the way it was originally. And I think that's basically the meat of what I have to say, but I will be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Lekes. Are there any questions? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I guess I have a different perspective on the origin of the EFA accounts. It's my understanding that when the commissioner proposed this to the Finance Committee, that he basically focused on the issue of providing an opportunity for those parents who are within the poverty threshold of 300% of poverty, that it would allow them an opportunity to seek additional funding so that their children could go to a private or a religious school. That's my understanding when the commissioner presented it. This proposal is contrary, then, wouldn't you agree that this proposal is contrary to the initial proposal of trying to help impoverished families to have additional money to go to private and religious schools?
Well, clearly it's opposing what your original understanding was, but there were a lot of us worked on this bill for months. Yeah. I do not know what the commissioner said before finance, but because I was not there, but I was there when this bill was being worked on, tweaked, discussed. I attended trainings on it beforehand. This bill was around a long time before the commissioner presented anything to finance. And in its original form and the form as it first came to the House, there was no cap.
Further questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Given the Supreme Court decision that requires New Hampshire to provide an adequate education to all students, would you believe that we are in line with that decision if we are withholding these funds based on any criteria to any students in this state?
Can you say that last part again? We
Sure.
are in line or out of line?
Do you think we are currently following the sentiment of that decision by prohibiting certain students from participating in this program?
Personally, I don't think so, and I talked with one of the representatives who was around at the time, who who had come up with the original adequacy, and he said it was intended for every student.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Morning, Representative Lucas. Good to see you again. This way, that way. Just a couple quick ones. When the EFA program initially arrived here, where did it come from? And was that something you thought up? Where did that program come from?
That program came from quite a few different reps. There were a lot who worked
No,
together on it.
I mean, did it come from New Hampshire or someone that created somewhere else? We brought it in as
Oh,
a
no, this is
packet
in,
program?
this is entirely New Hampshire. We did a lot of studying of what had happened in other states through the years of various things, and we learned a lot. And we said, well, we're not going to do that, and we're not going to do that, and oh, this seems to be effective in work, and we're not going to do that. And but this was New Hampshire, and everybody was looking at us and our EFA program because it was different than what other states had done, because we had learned a lot and fixed a lot
So
on it.
you looked at, may I?
Follow up.
Thank you. Yes, please. So you looked at the other ones and then sort of culled out what you thought was best for New Hampshire?
I don't know if that's the way to put it, and there are others like Rep. Cordelli might give you a little more history, but that's because I believe he was one of the original sponsors, but there were a whole lot of us who were giving input before it actually came out in its final form.
And just one more, if I may.
Well,
Last
we're
one.
going
Last
to
one.
have to
Yeah.
keep it quick.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at the financial note and it says indeterminable. When the program started a few years ago, it was 129,000 and then it's gone to multi-millions already. So what would that look like in your mind? If we're only in year 3 and it's already 20 or 30 million?
Well, what that says to me is that there's a serious need for this, and it's very popular. And so I think allowing it to expand to fill the need, because there is a need, not everybody can get an adequate education at their local public school. Not to say that their local public school is bad, it's just that they're designed for one size fits all, and it just turns out to be one size fits many. And so there are kids for whom it doesn't work. So we give them an opportunity to find what does work for
Oh,
them.
you don't have a price tag is the answer.
There's no
Okay,
way to
that's all right.
predict that.
Okay.
That's why it's
Further
indeterminable.
questions from the committee? Representative
Thank you.
Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question very quickly. Does the Department of Education support this bill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify because we've heard some talk about the cost of this. Can you give a rough estimate of what we're providing per student for an EFA program versus the average cost to educate a child in New Hampshire public school?
Well, the average EFA currently is about $4,700, and the average total cost is about $19,000 to $20,000. So it actually ends up much cheaper to educate a student this way. But as you take the cap off, that average is going to go down, because since we have the 300%, that means those kids are all qualify for the free and reduced lunch, or a good portion of them do at any rate, the free and reduced lunch kick in, so that raises it to $4,700. But if you have kids above that level, they're not going to be at that. They're going to be closer to the 37 or 38 or whatever hundred. But at any rate, it's a whole lot cheaper than what we're currently spending.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I think in New Hampshire, and these numbers might be off a little bit, but there's about 15,000 New Hampshire students that attend private schools and about another 4,000 or 5,000 New Hampshire students that do homeschool. Without a income cap and without annual, well, without an income cap on this, any thoughts as to what the yearly cost would be if all these students take the voucher to help pay their tuition bills?
First off, it's not a voucher. A voucher is a thing that is
Okay,
used.
all right, then I'll just say, take an EFA.
I don't know how many. I know that a lot of the homeschools will not because they don't want any entanglement with the government.
Fair enough. What about for the 15,000 follow-up?
Yes.
What about for the 15,000 students that are in private schools?
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I mean, you can do the math if you're going to assume that they all, but I can't say that they're all going to take it.
All right,
So
so
you can make
would
whatever
you-
assumptions you want.
would you believe then that if all those students took it, you'd be talking north of $120 million a year?
If they all took it, if you did the math, I believe your math.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any, thank you very much. Due to the number of cards, I'm going to do what we normally do. We allow the sponsor of the bill to have more time to present, but we're going to put a limit of 3 minutes on each speaker from this point forward. I'd like to recognize Honorable Packy Campbell.
I have a handout I'd like to hand out real quick.
Thank you. Yeah, start when you hand it. Yeah, it says down.
So I've got 3 minutes, so I'll try to make it good. I'm Packy. I've been here before. I used to serve in House Education, sponsored a bill a long time ago called House Bill 603 that was very similar in that the adequacy followed the student. And I think that's really what we're talking about here today is should the adequacy money follow the student? And I think it should. But when it does, I don't think we should do it at the detriment to our local public schools, and especially to our local schools where there's poor kids in those communities. I would submit to you that where we're going to see EFAs, if you want to ask the questions, are going to be in the school districts that are struggling, whether those are the poor communities or communities that maybe just don't have the best reputation as an educational provider. Those are probably where you're going to see kids that are going to take advantage of this program. And I would hope that all of us would agree that that's a good thing, that we should care about all the kids in our state. I will point out that I think that this bill is fundamentally fair to lift the income limit. And I know Representative made a great point that we don't means test people who get the adequate education grant that go to a government-run local school or a municipal school. But we do means test kids that get an EFA. So you have means testing for one kid receiving an adequate education grant and no means testing for another kid. Those kids are similarly situated, and under our sense of fairness, and dare I say our Constitution, we have to treat people that are similarly situated in a fair way. I would say right now we have a constitutional issue that we treat students differently, and that's not right. We should fix that. But in order to fix that, I think we have to make the grant compromise. So what I've handed out is just a change to go along with this bill. The bill would stay exactly the same way it's written. You know, we're going to lift the income limit. But I would propose that you would get rid of the term phase-out grants in the statute on 194F, and that you would payments to students' residence districts. So again, understanding education funding, we pay as a state for students in residence. And that residence to me is very important. I live in Farmington, and I would say that my local school district is the heartbeat of our community. We do a lot of things around our school, whether it's town meetings, sporting events, gatherings. And I had a son who graduated from Farmington High School, and I had other children that graduated from St. Thomas, and I had, you know, as a child myself, went to both public and private schools, and I think we just got to respect them equally and understand that in a free society where you want diversity, you want to have these other educational environments. And because we haven't funded those other educational environments, the Catholic school in my community that was around for 110 years closed this year. And if we don't change the way we're funding it and we don't start funding these opportunities for education equally, we're going to see these really powerful and good institutions continue to close until we have just one option. And I would submit to you that we have an oligarchy right now in that most students, a super majority, 90+%, are in government-run schools. And that's probably not healthy for our freedom of thought and our stuff. So I'm asking both sides of the aisle to consider, what is there a compromise? I mean, we all come to these committees and we get elected for reasons, and you all have beliefs, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we should do in a free society. But sir, we have to look at a compromise that says, how can the leader of one party and the leader of another party come together and sponsor an amendment? And what I've handed out specifically says that eligible students.
Representative Packey, Campbell, honorable, you've gone beyond your time.
Okay, so you have in front of you the amendment, and I would like to see $2,000 go to the resident school district for every student that gets an EFA. I would like to see that continue indefinitely so that the local school district gets points, gets support. If one side of the aisle could increase funding for the adequate education grant, they would want to. This is the way you can do that and give the other side of the aisle
Thank
what
you
they're
very
looking
much.
for.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your
Are there
time.
questions for Honorable Campbell? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. So I understand this. This $2,000 will go back to the sending school?
Yes, my proposal that I'm hoping someone on this committee
Okay, so
will make an amendment would go back to the resident district.
Okay, so the $5,000, $4,000, whatever it is, goes to the EFA students' parents, and the state would provide an additional $2,000 to the sending school to replace that, is that what you're saying? Did I read that correctly?
Correct. So this would be additional state funding that would go specifically to the resident district. It wouldn't be out of the students' EFA money. It would
I
be,
get that, okay, thank you,
Okay.
thank you, Chairman.
yeah.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Representative Lekes?
On your second page, part 3, the ESA students will be eligible to attend their residence school part-time and participate in all extracurricular activities and sports programs. Is that meant to be at no additional cost?
Yes, that's meant to be at no additional cost. So currently, you are allowed to do that currently, but the district can charge you out of your EFA money to attend that local school district. And I think that because my children are in residence and because I want the income limit lifted, it'd be consistent to list the income limit, but it'd be consistent to say, since I have a right to attend there, I'm not giving you the $2,000 for nothing. I'm saying that you're going to provide services to those students that are in residence. And that just clarifies that that $2,000 is for those students who want to attend part-time, maybe one AP class, maybe play on the basketball team. And I think that that's fair. And I think that will help communities like Farmington, where I'm from, because we're probably going to see a lot of kids that want to leave. If I was going to predict a district that might lead in this category of students that say, oh my God, I have an opportunity to go someplace else, it might be a Farmington or a Rochester. So I really hope that you'll consider this what I consider to be a grand compromise. And I'm asking all the stakeholders to really give it serious consideration, reach out to me. I'd be happy to meet with any of you. I'd be happy to have a quick subcommittee on this if that's possible. But I really think it's worth considering a grand compromise because given our political climate, that's the only way we're going to get stuff done. Just one last thought. The pendulum goes like this. I don't want it to go way over here or way over there. I want it to just move a little bit. And this is just a little thing that we can do. We can argue about how much money does it save or how much money does it cost. I think there's good arguments on both sides of that. But I do think it makes the most sense and will save my community money. Will save Rochester money. We won't have to build, hopefully, more schools. So I hope that you'll give it consideration, and I really do appreciate all the hard work that you guys do. I've come down here 4 or 5 times this year on different matters that I've gotten involved in, and I really appreciate all the time you spend and how much you come down on snowy days. So thank you all.
Thank you very
your
much for
service.
coming. Thank you, Honorable Campbell. David Trumbull?
Good morning. I'm opposed to this bill for several reasons. First is the cost estimate on the bill is misleading. It's clear that it should start with a baseline of $100 million. If the 20,000 people who currently are either homeschooled or in private schools take advantage of the $5,000 voucher, that's a baseline of $100 million. Second, it assumes and just skims over the whole subject of downshifting of costs to local communities. It's said that, oh, it'll be cheaper for the towns because we spend $20,000 in the public public school and only 5,000 for this. But if you lose 10% of your students in a public school, you're not going to really be able to save anything off of your budget. You still have your fixed costs. You're not going to fire any teachers if you lose 2 students from each classroom, and you're certainly not going to fire any paraprofessionals because that's your special ed students. And any student that needs a paraprofessional is not going to be welcome in these private schools because it would be way too expensive to pay somebody $30,000 a year as a para to work with somebody in special ed. So this is a huge economic cost that's not adequately stated in the bill as it's presented. Second, this bill will result in the hollowing out of our local schools because they will lose money. They will not be able to keep up with what they're doing. They're going to have to cut worthwhile programs. That $100 million could be spent to do what we were told to do in the Claremont decision, and we've heard about adequate education. Spend it on the poor schools that need that money now. It would make a difference. In fact, I'll read you one little study here. This is a review of 13 studies of whether or not money makes any difference in schools, and they said it does make a difference. In Wisconsin, they found that $600 per student, especially in low-income districts, led to a reduction in the dropout rate by 25%, in schools getting proficient scores up 5 to 10%. In Texas, they found that $1,000 more reduced dropout rates, and college enrollment went up 9%. And there's quite a bit more studies that I don't have time with only 3 minutes to give you. But the point is that money would be better spent in our local schools right now. That's the obligation we have under Claremont. The next issue is, well, does this actually increase education for people? The studies around the country have found that vouchers reduce educational results for the students who leave a public school and go to the private school. Diane Ravitch talks about a study of 20 years worth of results from Professor Cowan. Large-scale independent studies in DC, Indiana, Louisiana, Ohio show that for kids who left public schools, harmful voucher impacts actually meet or exceed what the pandemic did to test scores, meaning that you lose over a third of the year of school by the time you're done being in the voucher programs. Vouchers do not work. You end up getting even worse results. Lastly, I'm opposed to this bill because it's discriminatory. We hear about parents' rights. There is no parent right if you don't fit into the special categories that of people who can access the voucher bills. If your child has a disability, you're really not going to be welcome in the private schools. Look at the voucher plan. 6% of the students are special ed versus 18% in the public schools. Is that my time? Yeah. Well, okay, I'll just finish by saying there's many groups of people who are not going to be eligible to participate, but certainly special ed students, you have a 300% difference between the private schools and the special education schools. I have testimony. I'll submit that to you tonight by email.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Trumbull? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Just on your discrimination comments, do you know if there are any students with special needs who are participating in the EFA program?
Yeah, the statistics say that 6% of the students in the EFA program are considered special education. In the public schools, that number is 18%. That's a 300% difference. The other thing my comment is about in specific is that if you have a child who has a complex special education issue or is going to be expensive, that child has to be educated in the public schools. The public schools educate every single child regardless of expense. But in the private school, they're not going to take a child who's going to cost them $30,000 a year to have a one-on-one paraprofessional because that's in excess of the total tuition amount. So it's not, if you want to, the argument has been made today, it's not fair to keep our money away from the private schools and the religious schools. If you want it to be fair and equal, then the private and the religious schools should agree to abide by all of the state regulations. No discrimination on the basis of 193.38, and they should agree to give every student who applies a free and appropriate education.
Follow up?
Thank you. So then for those private schools, for instance, that maybe cannot accommodate all students, should the state provide them funding so they can accommodate those students like they do with public schools?
Then basically you're turning that into a public school. And if that's what you want to do, then I would say, we heard friendly amendments. I would propose friendly amendments to this bill, that the private schools would agree to educational accountability, that they would agree to abide by 193.38, no discrimination for any reason. They would agree to special education, and that you would also make sure that you don't have an adverse effect on the local schools with downshifting. If you're willing to make religious schools say, I will only take EFA money if I will agree to no discrimination, special education, and educational accountability, then let's see which schools sign up for this plan.
Further questions? Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony once again. With all due respect, could you please direct me to a point in this bill or within the EFA chapter where the word voucher is used? Because to my understanding, the word voucher does not appear in the EFA RSA, and therefore the statistics you cited about voucher plans across the country would not apply to New Hampshire. So could you just clarify that, please?
Okay, I understand that this state is, we're calling it an education freedom account. In Indiana, they use something similar. I'm sorry. if I could-
Education savings account?
It was called the Indiana Choice legislation. The terms are slightly different in different states, and the emphasis is now become to emphasize the word choice, because the policy argument that it was help education was proven to not be effective. So therefore, we switched over to the argument of choice for parents. So we call them freedom or choice accounts. But the educational system, basically, where the government says to a parent, we'll give you this amount of money, you go find a private school that you want to send your child to, and we'll pay for it. That basic formula applies, whether it's called a voucher in District of Columbia or Louisiana, or whether it's called a choice legislation in Indiana, or it's called an education freedom account in New Hampshire. The function is basically the same.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Representative Lekis?
Are you aware that the way an EFA works in New Hampshire is very different from just giving you some money to go to another school? That it can be used for a wide variety of things, tutoring, books, and a complex system where you get some classes here, some classes there. What works for a student, which is quite different than here's some money, go find a different school.
I'm sorry, I didn't really speak completely when I answered that question. I was just trying to explain that the research on vouchers is relevant to New Hampshire. But if you look at the other states, they end up, as these programs have evolved, they're not that much different from what you're describing for New Hampshire. It's not just, I shouldn't have said, here's money, go to a private school. That was kind of the original decades ago when they first started. But in all these states, it's evolved to a multitude of different ways to spend that money. So I think what we're doing here under the EFA plan is not dramatically different than what's been tried in other states.
Further questions? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is a follow-up sort of to Representative Lekis's question. And you know, and I think I know I agree with you in using the term voucher, because I think that generically applies across the board to these types of similar programs, you know, in other states. But unlike some other states, are you aware that, as Representative Lekis suggested, that New Hampshire actually has a kitchen sink clause in its in the voucher statute, which essentially allows the contractor to approve any expense it deems fit?
I see what you're saying, so that the family can use it to expand their internet at home, or to buy a computer for their child, or things like that.
Or you can, I think, become even more imaginative on expenses too, but it's called a kitchen sink clause.
Right. I mean, but the thing is that if your family can afford to use the $5,000 for that and still attend a private school, then you're in a situation where you're financially successful enough to be able to do that. But this $5,000 won't, if you can't afford to do that, and you have to use every penny to pay tuition to a private school, you're not going to be able to do it unless you're of a certain level of means. The average price of tuition in private schools in New Hampshire for elementary schools is $11,000, and for high schools is $19,000. So even if you get $5,000 off of that at high school level, you're talking $14,000 more dollars. If you have two children, that's $28,000 a year on top of your regular expenses. This plan, I was trying to get to discrimination on income as well as special ed, but on income, if you don't have $28,000 extra in income, you can't really meaningfully participate in this program. So you have parental rights for those who have a child who doesn't have a significant special education need. And if you have enough income, you can participate. But a lot of people would be left out of this proposal. So
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Quickly,
Yeah, thanks. So I agree with all of that in terms of the additional tuition costs and participation where you can afford it. But is there actually a requirement that you have to attend school at all in the compulsory attendance requirements?
I don't honestly know. I mean, I think you could do homeschooling, in which case you have to submit a plan, but.
Right, but isn't it true though that the
Yes,
EFA program? Yeah, follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isn't it true that the EFA program has basically waives the compulsory attendance requirement, and that simply having an EFA satisfies the compulsory attendance requirement?
I'm not qualified to answer that. I think somebody from the DOE would be
Okay,
better
thank you.
qualified
Thank
for
you.
that one.
I'm not going to take any more questions right now at this particular person testifying. Mr. Trimble, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Serena Varley?
Good morning, and thank you for having me speak this morning. My name is Serena Varley, and I live in Concord. I have 7 kids, and we have been working on educating all of them. We have done many different things over the years. We've done public school, private school, homeschool. And I am here in support of this bill. I think in order to provide an adequate education for all New Hampshire students, we should offer education freedom accounts to every child in New Hampshire, and remove the cap. Just to give you a little background, I grew up in Vermont and benefited from what was essentially an education freedom account. I went to a private school, and actually went to Dartmouth College afterwards. And I think without the ability to do that, Vermont traditionally offered this kind of program for about over 100 years. And without that opportunity, I don't think I would have been able to succeed like I did educationally. I think New Hampshire has an interest in giving an adequate, good education to every New Hampshire student, and that it should not be means-based at all. I think that going back to what Mr. Trumbull said, I disagree with him, because I think the purpose of an educational freedom account is for the success of students and not for the success of schools. And that anything that we can do as a state to support students, we should do, and not have a means test. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we have, like somebody else mentioned, we all pay taxes. We've paid taxes all these, we've lived in Concord for over 20 years. We've paid taxes, and we think that it's only right that as New Hampshire taxpayers, we should be able to benefit just like every other student and every other family in New Hampshire can, and have the same opportunities that every other New Hampshire student has to education.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning.
Good morning.
When you introduced yourself, you talked about you have some youngsters who have participated in public and private and parochial and EFAs. Do you have any youngsters currently now involved with the EFA account?
No, we do not. We are outside the 300%
Okay,
limit.
good answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to welcome Kate Baker Demers.
Thanks for having me, Kate Baker Demers. I run the current EFA program, and so I came today to answer any questions that anyone has about what this might look like. I also have the opportunity to answer the telephone at Children's Scholarship Fund, and I spoke to a family last week who is a widowed woman with one child, and she asked me, unfortunately, what are the income limits on the program. Her income is $59,000 and the income is $54,000, and she's hoping that her son can participate in a hybrid program, and she doesn't know how she's going to pay for the hybrid program. And so I would just encourage you to consider any move towards increasing the income limits or removing the income limits, because there are families that have need, and they do contact us, not overwhelmingly. So I don't know, again, what it would look like if that existed, but I do know that anytime you put an income limit on something, you've got people that are $1 or $2 over. There was just a couple of things I heard earlier in this discussion. There's been a lot of talk about dollars and cost, and I understand that, this is a policy committee, not the finance committee, but you still end up getting stuck on that a lot. And I would just encourage you to consider that children are not funding units, but rather humans and children. And so when you're thinking about funding children, I understand you tend to get caught up on that cost issue, but in fact, they're not funding units to be assigned in essence by or where we think they should go, but rather children trying to get educated and their parents, know them best. And so I would just encourage that. The other thing I heard again was the talk about special education today, and about 51 of our out-of-district placement schools in New Hampshire for special ed kids with extreme special needs are private schools. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. In addition, the discussion about discrimination, when I walk up to the door of a public school, my kids also attended public school. They didn't ask me if I was 300% of the poverty limit or below to go there. They just said, you're welcome to come. And so I do think that, again, children are not funding units. There are quite a few families that have distinct need who fall $1 or $2 over the income limits we have now. And I definitely support this discussion, support this idea of increasing or removing the income limits from the program.
Thank you very much, Kate.
You're welcome.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Petronell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. There was a comment earlier about education freedom account funds being used for internet, but I'm looking through your vendor list and I'm not seeing any internet.
So in the rules, the Department of Ed said it had to be 51% for the child. And so what you can do is get a hotspot. It's not as effective as covering the cost of household internet, but because the rules defined it as the internet cost has to be 51% used by the child, it's impossible to pay for household internet. It has to be a hotspot. I mean, I think you should be able to use it for internet because, again, when this bill was passed, it was in the midst of the pandemic and the shutdown, and there were families who didn't have technology, a computer, internet, or access to it. And I think that's why the legislators put it in the bill, so that families could have access to computers, technology, tutors, when otherwise their school was closed. And in essence, though, when they passed the rules, they narrowed it. So that's why you're seeing that.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's puzzling to me that the current EFA program does not appear to have anywhere near the same accountability or measurement of outcomes, proficiencies as the public school systems are required to do. Could you speak to why we would fund more students into a program without that?
So I do think that taking a standardized test is similar. So a family in the EFA program has to take a standardized test and turn it in. That is similar to what they do in the public schools where students are required to take the statewide assessment. And so I don't see very much difference at all in that regard.
Thank you. Quick follow-up.
Where is the data on those outcomes?
The test scores are aggregated and then that data is given to the Department of Ed.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I mean, obviously, the person is here.
Hi, Representative Martin. Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Children's Scholarship Fund. So
Nice to
here's
see
a
you.
question for you.
Okay, great.
That's been in the back of my mind. It's my understanding that vouchers can be utilized by a public school student going to another public school school. Is that correct?
Yes, although again, a voucher would be the Department of Ed paying a private school.
Right.
The education freedom account, the philosophy is going into the parent account, and I don't need to get into that, but in essence, the parent is directing the money, and yes, they can direct that money to pay a public school for classes, courses, and there are some kids full-time.
As a follow-up then.
Yeah,
So my child happens to be a special education child,
yeah,
needs special education services. So if my child moves from public school district A to public school district B and needs those sped services, who is responsible for providing those sped services?
So it looks like there's a student just like this in our program, and it looks like the district that they move to is giving them services.
So it's not the resident school district.
Correct. The resident district has that, because they know they're in a different district. And so it seems like the different district is providing those services. I think also that the Department of Ed or the State Board of Ed put that in the rules, that if you move to a different school with an IEP, your IEP continues in the school that you move to.
Thank you for that.
And that's happening, so
For by the district of residence.
But who pays for that service then?
the family is paying the district from the education freedom account. So the family's paying for it,
But
it looks
if-
like.
If I may, this is an important distinction. Thank you. And
Yeah.
thanks for this
Yeah,
clarification.
no problem. I
But
don't mind.
If the services are more than what the voucher's paying for, who pays for the balance of that?
In this particular student's case, the parent is paying additional money, plus the scholarship, plus the education freedom account to cover the cost.
But they're paying for the extra special education service?
I don't know. They call it tuition at the district.
Further questions? Representative Ellison.
Does that help, Representative Mylan?
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Okay.
You started with the example of a family, a woman and
Yeah.
a child, around 59,000.
Yeah.
Is it your belief that a family that has an income of $200,000 a year should be eligible for an EFA?
I mean, I'm going to go out on a wild limb and tell you yes, because if I had an income of $200,000, I could enroll in a neighborhood public school and they wouldn't tell me to pay. I mean, in essence, if you believe in funding the child, which I do, and think that every child should have, the freedom to choose whichever building works for them, or in the case of a medically fragile child during COVID that couldn't go into a building, I'm also for that child being able to be educated outside of a building, and in essence, for the money to follow the child. I don't think it should be litmus test by any income level.
Follow up?
Yes.
Taking a step further, if this family earns $750,000, should they be eligible for an EFA?
I think so, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to say there aren't very many people in New Hampshire in that income bracket. The other thing I noticed is that, the families do have to jump through a bunch of hoops to be in this program. And extremely affluent people don't need to jump through our hoops. They're just going to do what they want to do anyway. In essence, families in that income bracket have always had school choice and always will have school choice because they can send their kids to whatever school they want to go to. And so I feel like the likelihood of them jumping through my, hoops would be low. Or I would agree that every child should have their education funding.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
Do any of the non-public schools that accept EFAs have means tests of their own for students?
So you're saying non-public schools. So you're asking about private schools. I mean, many of them do have some internal financial aid, but there aren't any that are specifically for a particular income group. Does that answer the question? Like all the schools are open to all children.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
All right. Actually, more my question would be that
I do know, for example, if you go to St. Paul's and you earn $80,000 or below, you get a full scholarship. Okay,
So
does that help?
let's speak to maybe those $80,000 and above. They
Okay.
would not be eligible for scholarships there. Would that be something that might open it up to everybody, but may, if you've applied according to the means for that particular school, would that maybe make it open to everyone, but not necessarily make it applicable to, to people who don't need the money?
Yeah, I don't think people that don't need the money are going to come and do all of the work associated with it, but I do think that there are a lot of people, or rather a group of people in that gap of middle income families, particularly since the economy is so difficult. It seems like I'm hearing from more families that are just slightly over the income limit, discussing what they wish they could do, but they can't do, or discussing need that they may have. And so I just feel like, in essence, when we talk about this adequate education grant, I agree with, Packy earlier that it's for every child in the state. And so I don't think limiting it by a particular demographic really makes sense.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Well, we'll know in a minute, I guess.
Yeah, nice to see you.
I want to follow up on Representative Milo's question. I think, I just want to be sure I heard what you said correctly. I wrote it down, but I'm not sure I heard it correctly. I think his question was, if a student in public school A, a special education student, takes a voucher or EFA, whatever you want, takes the opportunity, and goes to public school B, doesn't reside there, because I think the word he used, move to. But I'm in public school A. I decide to have my youngster go to public school B, and they have special education services requirements that are extraordinary.
Okay.
Which public school is responsible for paying those?
So the parent is paying the cost at the school.
So
I'm having a difficult time, I think, understanding where you're going with the question.
Yeah.
Because in this case, families are paying the school tuition. And so in my experience, whether a child with special needs goes to a private school or a public school, the tuition doesn't necessarily change. And so when a child goes to a private school and they have special needs, the private school still charges the tuition that they charge. And at a public school, they're doing the same thing.
Excuse me.
So they're just charging the family their tuition.
Just to clarify, I wasn't talking about tuition. I was talking about the expense of, especially, say the expense for that youngster, if you look at it, public school is $27,000.
Sure.
And he moves to public school B because they like that public school.
Yeah.
I mean, travels there, doesn't live there.
Yeah.
So is public school B paying the $29,000 for that service, or is public school A where he came from?
I don't know, because the parent is paying what the school tells them to pay. So the school says the cost to come here is X.
This is public.
$20,000, and then the parent pays the tuition. I think the school considers that comprehensive of every service they provide usually.
Thank you.
Does that help?
No, but thank you.
Oh, okay. Am I missing something, you guys? Representative Ladd, am I missing something in this question?
I think with the same question is going to go over and over and over. Some people are going to see resolution to it, others are not.
Okay. I'm just wondering, am I missing the point of it? Am I not answering enough? No? Okay.
Thank you for taking my question. And it was brought up, the idea of somebody with a $3.5 million income possibly using this program. Obviously, some concern that they would be unnecessarily taking from this program. We obviously don't use income as our funding mechanism in this state. We use property. So let's substitute 3.5 million for property. Can you imagine or estimate how many EFA programs a person with a $3.5 million property, you paying taxes on it, might be funding in this state?
Oh, well, of course, it depends on the town, right? Yeah. And so if you're in a low tax town like Newberry, right, you might be paying for 200 kids EFAs, and if you're in a lower, well, if your property tax is higher, you'd be paying for more kids. If your property tax is lower, although, you know what, I gotta just pull you aside, because this money is just state money. Your SWEPT stays local. And so in essence, a property tax payer isn't paying for any of these kids, because your SWEPT is local and a credit, Okay, so your SWEP stays in your town as a credit against money that the state would pay. And all your property tax stays local. And so I gotta correct you, a property tax payer in any town wouldn't pay for any of these children. The money for these children comes from the general fund, which moves into the education trust fund, and the general fund is funded by business taxes, business enterprise tax, meals and rooms tax, real estate, those kinds of taxes. And so there you go.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
I'd like to just caution the committee here.
I'm way off topic.
Yes, we went way off the topic here, and we need to hold to the policies associated with lifting the cap. When we get into specific taxes and SWEP and finances, leave it for fiscal later, please. There is another committee with that responsibility. Further questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you for taking my question. You said earlier in response to another question that any child could attend any school with an EFA, but don't certain private schools or religious schools have admission requirements?
So at this point, because student population is declining by so much, I'm finding schools recruiting. You might see weird admissions requirements in some of the more like St. Paul's type schools, but in your everyday little low-cost private schools, they're accepting everyone that comes and recruiting and trying to get more kids. And so I understand you're thinking maybe about merit, like St. Paul's or Phillips Exeter. Those schools are always going to have those types of niche markets, but they also don't need a family's money from an education freedom account because they have their own endowments. So
follow up.
Sorry, follow up to that one. Okay, say you had a St. Paul's and everything. Are there kids right now that have EFAs using them at St. Paul's?
There aren't. No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. A number was thrown out earlier of $100 million if all private and homeschoolers apply. That would be the cost of this.
Okay.
But you said that there is an extensive process to apply, and
Right.
therefore people who really do not need this to fund their child's education would not. So therefore, could we assume that the price tag would actually be less if this bill were to pass?
I mean, again, there isn't any real way to project. You can look at what's happened in other states in programs where they have no income limits and they see the uptake at like 5% of the general population. So if you think about it this way, I mean, 95% of the kids in New Hampshire attend a public school, right? And about 5% do something different. I don't know why we would expect that trajectory to change because you make more opportunities. Most of the families that come to us are, kids that experience bullying, are special needs children who feel like their needs are not being met in the public school. They want to opt out and do something totally different, maybe pay for their services. Kids that are below grade level significantly and the family feels like they need a smaller class size. We also hear from children who are significantly above grade level and they feel like they need to do something different. In essence, that's where most of the families come from. And so it's reasonable to think it will be a certain percentage of the population that chooses it. But most people that I talk to are happy with their local public school and would probably stay there. As a matter of fact, we see children come to us sometimes for a smaller elementary school experience and then go to their local public high school because that's what they want to do. We also see families in this program choosing to go to public school with some of the education freedom account money and use it. So to me, I always see it as a both and. It seems like your discussions on this committee tend to be very either or, where you're thinking that this program is the opposite of attending a public school. And so in your mind, you're asking yourself how many kids would leave a public school. And in essence, perhaps you should be asking yourself how many people might choose to go instead to a public school with this money for a specialized program. I don't know that either or doesn't necessarily make sense when the program is both and.
Okay, that helps a lot. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and taking my question. So just a quick question. Do you believe that all students who receive public money should be held to the same standards and regulations?
So I don't know what you mean by that question, because I know, for example, there was a district where there were children scoring at like 20% proficient, meaning to me that like 80% of the kids were not at grade level. And so I don't know what standard you would want to apply to them to say if that should apply to everyone. So I don't think we have a universal standard. You know, one of my children went to high school in Bedford, New Hampshire, and that school is a high-performing school where the standards are high and everyone's test scores are high. Would you want to apply that standard to everyone in the state, or would you want to take a struggling district where, for example, the children speak 1,000 languages and are free and reduced lunch? I mean, those kids, I don't want to say they should have a different standard, but in essence, I don't know what standard we would apply to all children equally to be able to make it make sense, I guess.
Okay, follow up. I was actually thinking,
Okay.
let's say state testing, for example, the state test.
Would I say, I mean, I like the idea in the Education Freedom Account where the family takes a standardized test of their choice or can have a portfolio evaluation. I feel like particularly for children with special needs, or if you have a child who isn't, for example, is an English language learner, perhaps they would want to use the portfolio evaluation, have their portfolio evaluated by someone who speaks their language. And so I like the diversity in that the family can say, this is the assessment that we think works for our child. I think that's good. In essence, I trust families, and this program trusts families to say that they should be in the driver's seat. And so I think if the parent says this is what is the right thing for my child, then we should support that. And I think that's more important accountability. If the family doesn't feel like this is working for them, they'll leave and they'll go do something else. You know, similarly to, how a charter school works. If it's not performing well, the families will leave and not go to that charter school and it will close. And so I feel like that's good accountability, or rather authentic accountability.
Okay, further questions, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. In terms of other states that have universal education savings accounts, I think West Virginia is up and running this year for the first year. It took them a year to get up and running for some reason. Do you have any idea of the number of students who have signed up in West Virginia for those accounts and what percentage that might be?
Well, that's a good question. So I do know how many. I know they started with their opening group was 1,600, and then they got to 3,000. And again, the West Virginia program has no income limits on it. And so that's Representative Cordelli's question is, what does a program look like when there are no income limits? They have twice the population of us so we have 1 million people in our state and they have about 2 million. And again, they were at 1,600 and 3,000. So their program actually is the same size as ours, even with no income limits.
Further questions, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the comment you made just a few moments ago with respect to authentic accountability and parents who pull their children out of their public school to go to that. I mean, that it seems like we're ignoring the 800-pound gorilla. Of the approximately 3,200 students in the program, maybe there's only about 100 where parents made an affirmative decision to leave their public schools, so that the remarks that we heard from former member Campbell and your earlier remarks with respect to students actually exiting their public school really does seem like the minority, because of the 3,200, at least like 3,100 were either already in private schools or home schools or going to go to private or home schools anyway. So when you look at income eligibility, and I want to get it back to the point of this bill, I'm looking through where these students are currently going prior to taking joining the EFA program. How relevant is the income eligibility to school choice?
I don't understand the question.
So,
I do
so
want to
with,
clarify.
with 3,100 students either already going to private school or homeschool, or going to go to private or homeschool anyway, only about 100 students actually making a decision to leave their public school and go to a private school. And so for the program as a whole, where most of these students already in private or homeschool environments are going to go anyway, how relevant is the income eligibility or lack thereof in this to school choice?
Okay, I understand the question now. So again, I see this as a both and, not an either or. And so you're definitely on the either or team, Representative Luno, where you're looking at it as a child doing
Don't put
one thing or this.
words in my mouth.
Okay, sorry about that.
Just talk about what you believe
Okay,
is
great. Happy
the
to.
opportunity that's created by lifting the cap, and how that applies to the 100 students-ish that make an affirmative decision to leave public school because of the voucher, and the approximately 3,100 students ish that were already in private or homeschool environments, or going to go that way anyway, family history of doing that, whatever their reasons. So I'm just trying to understand how the lifting of the cap, so getting back to the core of this bill, how that applies to the majority of students who are already in non-public school options versus the very small percentage that are in public school, and how that lifting the income cap, how that matters to these two different groups.
Great. Happy to answer your question. Thank you so much for the question. Again, I do see this as a both and so of the 3,200 children that are currently in the program, the Department of Ed's calculation was that 42% of them had been in public school at some point. And then also there's a group of children, to your point, in that 3,200 who are choosing to go to a public school with the EFA dollars. In that group of families, the 3,200, there were 337 families that were over the income limit. And so I know that in discussing the income limits and removing them or increasing them, it would provide opportunity to those 337 families who applied, who were over the income limits. I think that answers your question. Yes?
I'm willing to let it go.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Invite Megan Tuttle.
Chairman,
Yeah.
she had to leave and she passed around
I see
testimony.
the testimony. I didn't know she had
Yeah.
left. Sarah Scott?
Same thing, she just walked out the door. She will submit testimony.
Okay. Jenny Land? Okay, thank you. That WCHR? Yes.
WEHR.
Okay, thank you.
My handwriting is bad. My name is Jenny Landwehr. I have 3 children. As we're having children, my husband and I were constantly talking that schools are our biggest concern for our children. Education is extremely important to us. And once we moved to a local public school because of their school ratings or public school ratings. And once we started our oldest daughter into the public school, we were shocked with how little focus was on academics. We were shocked at how kids were already bullying and being bullied in the first grade. Our daughter would come home and tell us about all of the bullying and having to, kids would schedule time for each other at recess. And how if one child acts out in the class, the teacher spends all of her time dealing with that child and it takes away from the rest of the class. So she was in a first grade class of 20 to 22 kids. And so she was just getting lost. Our daughter was bullied. She was shy. It just wasn't working. So we were shocked and we decided to pull our kids out of the local schools, the local public schools. And I was extremely shocked as to how few people asked why. even the principal who I worked with monthly. And others, when told, said, I understand. I think school choice is the only answer to this problem. If people get to take their money with their child to whatever school works best for them, then this will force the public schools to step up their game. There's currently no incentive or competition to be better, and most people can't afford what we've done, and it's sad that they can't. We are right above the income threshold, so we aren't able to take advantage of any money, and I just don't think that that's fair. And I know people that are in the same boat and they just can't afford it. They can't afford, especially when we have 3 kids. It's a lot of money. So let's see. I think allowing parents to put their children in the best situation for their child should be everyone's top priority. Children are our future, and this is what our tax dollars are meant for. Why should a child be stuck, bullied every day with no hope of a brighter future? Why should a child that thrives in education be stuck being bored in public schools because they require kids to stay at the same level unless they decide differently? Why should the parent have to watch their child go into a classroom, hide in the corner because they're shy and the teacher can't manage the large amount of kids? I think school choice is the best for everyone, and I don't think that there should be a cap on how much you make.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Pedernal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It seems to me that you would actually prefer to have your child in the public school if the circumstances were different, but because of what you experienced there, you pulled your child out, and if I'm hearing correctly, you think there are other families that might be in that situation who would be willing to take advantage of the education freedom accounts.
Correct.
To protect their children.
Yeah, so I mean, just a long story. My husband and I actually lived on the West Coast, and the schools over there were terrible. And so when our children were getting to the age where they were going to come to public schools, we then reached out and we looked. And New Hampshire and Massachusetts are one of the top schools in the country. And so that's why we moved to New Hampshire. So we moved here to go to the public schools. We were both kind of against private schools just because we wanted our kids to know the local kids and things like that. But then it just wasn't a good fit for our kids.
Yep. Further questions? Thank you very much. Peter Corrado?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the time. Peter Serrato. I live in Bedford. We moved there a few years ago. I have an 11 and 13-year-old in the public schools. So I'm right in the throes of it, if you will. We moved to Bedford for the schools. Primarily, we moved from Massachusetts. And we are seriously considering removing our kids from the public schools. And I'm more of a data, real world example type of person. So, everyone's touched on most of the topics, but, so people believe Bedford schools are one of the best in New Hampshire, right? I think we're top 5, if not mistaken. But did you know that our math proficiency at the high school, 41% of the kids are below grade level? 41%, that's almost half. We don't even have spelling words in Bedford. My kids have been in Bedford since 4th grade. We have no spelling words. No, just not part of the curriculum, unbelievably. So, at $20,000 per year, I believe is what you said each student is, no spelling words. How are the kids going to be able to spell? Well, they can't. I was going through some other local schools like Manchester Central High School. 70% of the kids are below proficiency in math, 70%. 58% for ELA. 42% in math were at a level 1, meaning, I don't know, they just put their name on the test. They're not even close to proficiency. We've got Nashua High School South, 63% are below proficiency in math, 40% below in the ELA. Londonderry, 58% below in math, 33% in ELA. I mean, these are disgraceful numbers. Like, I assume everyone's goal here is to make sure our kids get the best education they can. Is there any accountability in these public schools? Really? They've already got our money. In 5th grade, I asked for my son's the curriculum. I said, could I please have the approved curriculum? And to my surprise, he said, what do you mean by approved? And I was like, what do you mean? Like the approved curriculum? I couldn't get it. They would not give it to me. They sent me a list of like 20 books from the Wonders ELA program. And that's just academics. If you want to get into like the real nitty gritty, last year we've been noticing a lot of, I would say, inappropriate books and materials in the school, particularly the library. So this book, Lawn Boy, I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. It has depictions of 10-year-olds giving each other's oral sex. The word, the F word is in the book 97 times. The word ass 20 times, shit 60 times. Not exactly a literary piece. So one parent just asked to have it removed from the library because it's inappropriate, which I wholeheartedly agree with. So there was this whole big long process. They put together a panel. The panel approved it. Superintendent said it was great, and the school board said it was great. We can't get it out of the school. So basically, you can't get any book out of the school. They can order from Amazon any sexually explicit book, no problem. They're not going to pull it out. So what am I supposed to do as a parent? Like we're trying to figure out how financially we're going to afford to send our kids to private school.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, I will. I was on the library last night, and this book is in the library, Handmaid's Tale. It's the Hulu show. If everyone knows, it's rated mature. This is a graphic novel. It's got pictures of like girls being raped. There's a picture of this old guy. He's pulling up his pants after he raped the girl. This is for 14-year-olds at our school. So what am I supposed to do as a parent here? Things need to change. This is not acceptable. The schools are not accountable. They already have our money. EFAs, are they the primary solution? I think it's a big step in the right direction. And this is just the state money. Even if
You got to wrap it up, please.
all right, I'm sorry. So I wholeheartedly support this. If anyone has any questions, feel free to take them.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I saw that you pulled up a lot of statistics on proficiency numbers and everything, and these were all from public schools. In your research, are you able to find any comparable statistics for the private schools in New Hampshire or the religious schools?
I didn't look that up, honestly.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah House?
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. I am pleased to be here to address you this morning on HB 331. I'm going to try not to repeat all that's been said already about this proposal to remove the income caps on the state's voucher program. But I will reflect a little bit on some things I have heard. I've heard that this should be about the students and oh, by the way, just to back up a little bit, I'm the president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire, and I represent about 4,000 members who work in K-12 schools across the state, as well as in public universities and in public service. And among us, we work with about 29,000 of the 165,000 public school students across the state. And I've heard this should be about students and what they need. And I want to say that every single public school student in the state should have those small class sizes that we heard a previous speaker talking about, so they can get the individual attention from a teacher or the learning support from a paraeducator to get exactly what they need so they can do their best learning. And in order to do that, we need the people in this building or in the building across the street to fulfill their constitutional duty to provide an adequate public education, because that's what's in the New Hampshire Constitution. You have to provide it, you have to fund it. And I know you've got a lot of bills in front of you this year trying once again to solve that problem. This bill doesn't get you any closer to it. Your constitutional duty is to a public education. Parents can make other choices. They certainly have every right to do that. But you do not have a constitutional obligation to fund that. And when the legislature 2 years ago passed a law creating the voucher program, it created a funding obligation that is being contested in court. This will increase that funding obligation without making the legality of it any clearer. So you need to keep that in mind. And as we've heard, there are 15,000 students, 16,000 students in public school, plus another, 5,000 or so that could take advantage of this if the income limits are removed from the voucher program. So that is a big obligation. Even though we are supposed to keep policy separate from finance, you can't do that because the money does come from the taxpayers and it's got to come from somewhere. There's no magic money tree. But just imagine you are a single mother in Hudson. You are paying your mortgage, your bills, your taxes, because your taxes do indeed fund the public schools.
You've gone beyond 3 minutes.
Okay, I will wrap it up. You like that your students are going to Alvern High School and they are getting their AP US History. They are also able to take carpentry at the CTE program there. But now your taxes are going up because you are going to fund, someone sending their kid to Phillips Exeter. And what do? Do you sell your home and move? This is not fair. It's a giveaway.
Thank you very much. Do you have written testimony?
It's coming around.
Do you care to take any questions?
I will entertain questions. I don't know if I'll have the answers, but I will try.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying, but I just wanted to clarify for transparency purposes. Am I correct that you currently have an active lawsuit against the commissioner and this program?
I do. Yes, over the mechanism for funding the program.
Thank you.
It should not come out of the Education Trust Fund. That is for public education.
Further questions, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to clarify the position. Would you suggest that students using the EFA program either in either in a private or homeschool environment are not receiving an adequate education?
I would say that the state's responsibility is to provide an adequate public education. I am not saying anything about the adequacy of other forms of education.
Okay,
So I would suggest that was not an accurate summary of what I said.
Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Mary Wilkie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Mary Wilkie. I'm from Concord, and I oppose HB 331. I saw somebody leaning forward. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. As others have alluded to, the vast majority of people who have taken EFAs so far had students who were already in private or homeschool without using EFAs. That wasn't the premise under which the EFA program was sold in the first place. And go back to 2017 when SB 93 was under consideration and right up through 2021 when the current program was adopted. Proponents consistently made the argument that the program was needed for kids who did not fit in the public school or whose needs were not being met there. The people who came to testify in favor of the program were mostly parents of children who were in public school or had recently been in public school and were having problems there or had special needs that weren't being met, in the parents' opinion. You didn't hear sponsors of the program saying that it was needed to help private schools by substituting state scholarships for the scholarships the private schools were already giving. You didn't hear sponsors saying that EFAs were needed to help wealthy parents continue to send their children to private schools, or to help to help parents who have access to a public school that would meet all of the academic needs of their children, but wanted instead a religious education and wanted the state to pick up the tab. But that's what's happened, and about 80% of EFAs have gone to families that were already in private or homeschool without any help from the state. The majority of them, apparently, from what I can tell from the DOE records, have never tried public school. So the program has strayed far from the course of its original intent, and eliminating the financial eligibility requirement would make it stray even farther. Others have talked about how many students are currently in private and homeschool, and how if they all took an EFA, that would end up costing the state somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 million a year. Others say that they won't all take it. If it's going to be a 5% take-up rate, then maybe there should be a cap, because right now, if this bill passes as it is, the state will be liable all the way up to that $100 million. If there's $100 million available to help kids in K-12 education, a more efficient way to address the issues that brought EFAs to the table in the first place, the fact that some children in some public schools were not getting their needs met, the better way would be to give more money to the public schools to solve those problems. After all, giving an EFA to a child whose needs aren't met in a public school does nothing for the children who remain in that public school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkie. So is there a policy distinction then for a policy committee when considering lifting a cap that that could open an opportunity for a student who's currently in public school to seek other options versus lifting the cap and providing a tuition rebate, taxpayer-funded tuition rebate for families with kids that were already in private and homeschool environments? Is there a policy distinction there?
I think there is, and I think all the hearings and testimony I listened to starting in 2017, the focus was always on kids in public schools who, for one reason or another, were not getting their needs met. And, I think that was the policy I was led to believe was motivating people who were sponsoring these bills and supporting them.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Last card, we have Jane Bergeron.
Good morning. My name is Jane Bergeron. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrators. And I hadn't intended to testify today, but I'm representing special ed administrators from across the state. We have over 280 members who are leaders in the field of special education. I just thought it would be important for the committee to get some clarification on a question that was brought forward earlier in the discussion this morning around students who have EFAs who are going from one public school to another. As recent as last Friday, the Bureau of Special Education, the administrator of the Bureau, did inform us that if a child has an EFA and they go to a public school outside of their residence, it is the resident school district who is programmatically and financially responsible for all aspects of the child's IEP, including transportation. So I just wanted to put that out to you. According to the Bureau Administrator, this guidance came from the Office of Special Education Services in Washington. And so we've asked for written documentation on that. But I thought it would be important for you to have that question answered.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Because I know Representative Mila had started with it, and I got confused hearing the answer. And I thought what you just said was accurate in my mind before you said that. So thank you so much. So just so there's in my brain, if I'm in school A, it's a public school, I'm getting significant special education services from the staff in that public school district. And I go to public school district B in another town. I still live in A. Public school A is responsible for the extraordinary cost of transportation.
Yes, very similar to a charter school model.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Bergeron, for that clarification. Is that where is that responsibility spelled out, and does it have a nexus to either state or federal law?
We've asked for that documentation. We've been told it comes from the Office of Special Ed Programs out of Washington. It was further noted, we're going to have to do the research to get that, because it was further noted that the department couldn't provide it because there was a pending lawsuit.
Okay, so a quick follow-up. So we're sure though that there's no nexus to state law are we sure that there's no nexus to state law, either the 194F
that established the EFAs or in any other.
To our knowledge, like I said, we just learned of this Friday. And so we're still doing our research.
Okay, thanks very much.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to be clear about the financial part of it, if you can answer. So a student who lives in Manchester and goes to Londonderry, who receives extensive special ed, but uses their EFA to pay for Londonderry, the special ed services don't come out of their EFA. They get charged to Manchester and the transportation?
That's what it was explained to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Petronil.
So back to Representative Woodcock's explanation, because A and B is easier than naming districts. Could school B refuse the student? Or do they have to receive the student?
You know, I think that that's a question for the school boards and superintendents in terms of policy and what is their policy on accepting students. I know they can't discriminate against a child with an IEP. Certainly, I would imagine they could have a policy saying that they're not taking any EFA enrollments. I don't know.
We've had that statutory issue come up years ago. If they're a open enrollment school, that's a different deal. However, the superintendent, the superintendent in the receiving district can say, no, we're not accepting any students from school district A. That came down years ago, and I believe it's still in statute. I haven't been here to see it changed. So, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I think that also applies to manifest education hardship, best interest of the child, where we did have example, a child was denied admittance to a neighboring school district and had an IEP.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Mine is similar, but mine is more refers to private out-of-district placements, because I'm not really sure how this works. If you had a child who labeled special needs in your district, and that child chose to take an EFA and attend a private school that may or may not provide special education services, does the home district still have to provide special education services for that child once they leave the school?
I would have to get clarification on that one. We were just talking public school to public school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's helpful to have your input. So you indicated that what you just explained was detailed to you on Friday. Is it different than what you understood prior to that? Is this something new?
We hadn't really even had conversations about EFAs going public school to public school. This is a new situation. It's come up a couple times. It's presented conflict. It's been cause for legal action. And so we reached out and said, we need some guidance. And that's how the conversation started.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to close this hearing. And we're going to take a 5-minute break for those that need to get up and stretch. And the next bill we will be going into is HB 432.
And we'll get right back on track. Right back on skip.
I love it.
Yeah.
could go that easily. So, and people across the state for sure. So, so thanks very much, members of the committee. This, the bill before you right now, House Bill 432, addresses the same section of law in the education freedom accounts as the prior bill that we just discussed. It doesn't do anything with respect to the income eligibility percentage. It leaves that part the same. And I know there's other bills, including there's other bills that we've seen that do increase the income eligibility. This doesn't touch that. But what it does do with respect to a student's eligibility for the program is put in place an annual income recertification process, so that a student's family would every year be recertified, have their income recertified to be within the limits required of the program, whether that's 300% as in current law, which is about $90,000, or 350% as I think an amended bill has, or an amendment to a bill has suggested to be about 105,000, or 500%, which would be 150,000. So, so like I said, 432 doesn't make any change to that number, just puts in place the annual income recertification. And it also, so just sort of looking at the bill, that's what it's doing in the first section, and in the second section, it simply talks about what happens to an EFA account in the event the student becomes ineligible, so their family no longer qualifies due to their annual income. And in that case, unused funds revert back to the Education Trust Fund. So so that's really the bill in the nutshell. I believe what we heard last week from the governor signaled support for reasonable guardrails on education freedom accounts, and annual income recertification is certainly one of those reasonable guardrails. We do it, the state and federal programs do it in a number of different areas, whether that's housing, whether that's SNAP benefits, whether that's Medicaid, and on as far as annual recertification of income. They don't just test once and then let it go open loop forever. You test every year and make sure that the family still qualifies, and that's all we're talking about here. Reasonable guardrails for EFAs, and with that, I'll take I'll take a couple of quick questions, but hopefully we can get back on track too. Thanks.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking a question. When our family sponsored a Cambodian refugee, she and her family were on Medicaid for a while. The problem we found was that every time that her income went up a little bit, her benefits declined, and she really never gained any traction at that point. I'm wondering if someone goes out of the 300% over poverty level by a little bit and is not eligible for the program, they really haven't gained enough to make up the lost ground that they would lose from losing an EFA.
So I think, and thanks for the there's a question packed in there, and yeah. But I do understand though that that the federal guidelines do get updated every year, so that as people's income grows by 1 or 2% a year, whether they're government employee or they're on they're in a private company and they're getting a 1, 2, or 3% income adjustment. The guidelines keep pace with that. What the guidelines don't do is keep pace with significant changes in income. So should a family's income go up by 50% or 100% due to a change in job or due to some other circumstance, the family is clearly beyond what the income
threshold was designed to be for the EFA program, and again, I'm not the bill doesn't touch the 300, and it would also presume, and I think we've talked about this before, that with 1,000 bills going through the House and Senate, some of them passed. It's possible that a bill like this could pass, and a bill raising the income threshold to 350% would pass. And Legislative Services would put those two bills together and say, okay, annual income certification to 350%. So this bill isn't touching the percentage part, but obviously Legislative Services in drafting and putting together the final statutory changes would have to consider all the bills that pass.
Now, I want to just take a moment to explain to the committee here. We're going to have to get through all these bills today. If we do not get through these bills today, we will be meeting next week. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just thinking about what you were saying as far as income going up by 200%, 50%. It seems like more often people get raises that are keeping up with inflation, 2%, 5%. So do you have any understanding of data or statistics as to what percentage of students would no longer qualify under EFAs that are being taken out by only a few percent versus how many are being taken out by large income gaps like 50% or 100%?
Yeah, so at 300%, that takes it right about to actually just a little bit over median household income in statewide. Obviously, that changes significantly from town to town and north to south in the state. But statewide, it's about the median household income. As that increases, I think there would certainly be students that may be in families that from families that if you're at 301%, then you're obviously not going to be income eligible. But again, these income guidelines do get adjusted every year, I believe every year, to and that would increase it for FY23, and I think the year starts in February or something like that. So it's right around now that the new levels come in, and I think for the first time in this program, we're finally seeing levels that don't have to have lots of commas and numbers after that. So at 300%, you're talking 90,000, 350, 105,000, and 500 is 150,000. So every 100% of the poverty level is for FY23 is $30,000. So obviously the EFA program is 3 times that at 90,000.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I don't have any other pink cards for this particular bill, so I'm going to close this hearing. And we'll get ready to go. No, we're getting there. You got us within 10 minutes. That's good. HB 446. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli. I have to be down in finance on 4 bills down there now. So, Representative Cordelli, would you please open up 446?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is House Bill 446 relative to the participation in the Education Freedom Accounts program by students with disabilities. And the Prime Spencer, Representative Cornell, is ready to go.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Representative Patty Cornell. I represent District 22, Ward 11 on Manchester's West Side, Best Side. I am introducing House Bill 446, an act relative to the participation in the Education Freedom Accounts program by students with disabilities. And I have an amendment that I'd also like to introduce that replaces the bill which I've already passed out, 2023-0216H. The intent of this bill is to be a safeguard for parents and children and to ensure that parents who parentally place their children with a disability in a for-profit private school are not included in the definition of parentally placed private school children with disabilities. Parents should be adequately informed and receive advance notice of a potential consequence. And I'm not saying that they aren't, and that somebody during the application process might say something to them. I just think it would be better for parents and their students that it be something in writing that they are handed and are aware of. According to the Education Freedom Account Vendor Spending Report dated June 30th, 2022, there are at least 7 for-profit schools where the accounts are used and where 75 students attend. Some of those schools are Acton Academy, Lupine Montessori, Meeting House Montessori, Bedford Academy, and a few more. I do not know if students with disabilities attend those schools, but they could, and if they are, they're not entitled to the special education. So in summary, this bill is just intended to make parents informed before making a final decision. And that's all.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? I have one. In terms of the parentally placed student in a private school, they do have certain rights under IDEA, I think as you defined in the USC code here. Am I correct? I maybe misunderstood what you were saying earlier.
This isn't all private schools, this is for-profit private schools, which I believe are not covered under this. And I think there were speakers that are signed up to speak after me that could explain those rules better than I do, than I can. So I might defer to them.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Cornell, bringing this in. So, would it be clear that your intent here isn't to deprive students rights that they're entitled to,
No.
but clarify what their rights are in the situations that may present through in the EFA program?
Thank you, Representative Luno. That is correct. And as we heard the governor in his budget address to the Education Finance Committee last week, he's not opposed to safeguards for the EFAs. And I think this is a safeguard for parents and children with disabilities if they attend these schools.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Vanessa Blaze from New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'll be very brief. My name is Vanessa Blaze. I serve as the Director of Policy and Planning for the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. And I'm here because the council supports HB 446. We feel that this bill merely requires informing parents of students who access support services in school what their rights are. We're not asking anyone to change those rights or to make determinations about what kinds of services private for-profit schools are providing, but making it so that parents understand what they are, they have the rights to. If the purpose of the EFA is for parents to have more control over their students' education, then we think that it is very important that they understand what their students' rights are under the federal guidelines. There's a lot of confusion as to what is a public school, a non-public school, a charter school, a private for-profit school. And we think that for parents to be able to make the best decision about their children's education, that we should be providing them all of the information that they need. In the letter that I had handed out is attached a very simple table that briefly, it is not in depth, but briefly explains what students' rights are under IDEA when it comes to for-profit versus nonprofit schools. So again, we are in support of this bill. We feel that it's merely a housekeeping bill to be sure that parents are able to make the best decisions that they can when they're using the EFA program. Thank you.
Questions? I have one. The distinction you're making for-profit versus nonprofit private schools, that is covered in section 1412 as specified in the bill?
I'm sorry, I have to take a look at the bill.
Sure. It just has the section of federal code.
I'm not quite sure if I understand what your question is.
I was actually, I'll have an amendment coming also. So I have looked at section 1412, and I don't remember seeing the distinction between for-profit and nonprofit in there. And I'm just wondering where that distinction is in law.
Well, in the distinction in law would be that a for-profit school is a for-profit business, and it is not a some non-profit schools are associated with public education through the public education system. Some are not. But a private for-profit school is essentially a business.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Next, Bonnie Dunham.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Dunham, and I'm here as a private citizen, as a parent. And regardless of how I might feel about education freedom accounts, I think it's very important that parents receive all of the information they need to make an informed decision about whether they choose to participate in that program, which is the intent of this bill. So thank you for that. I have two concerns, though, both of which I believe are addressed in the amendment. The first is the statement that participation in the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 U.S.C. 1412 A10A. It doesn't specify that it only applies to a parental placement in a school or facility that meets the definition of an elementary or secondary school. It does not include children who are homeschooled or who are placed in a for-profit private school using an EFA. And the reason for that is, while 1412 doesn't specify that exactly, it says children with disabilities in the state who are enrolled by their parents in private elementary schools and secondary schools. And the definition of an elementary and secondary school in the IDEA statute, regulations, and in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act specify that those are nonprofit institutional day or residential schools. And so that's where that comes from. And that's further emphasized in a letter from the Office of Special Education Programs to Chapman, who asked that question way back in 2007, although not specifically about education freedom accounts. And then the New Hampshire Department of Education issued a memo in 2010, memo number 38, to address that same question. And that also says only nonprofit public schools that are approved by the New Hampshire Department of Education fall under the private school requirement for IDEA. So if a parent enrolls their child with a disability in an EFA, using an EFA in a public or private nonprofit elementary or secondary school, then that means that the child is considered to be a parentally placed child with a disability under IDEA. While the child no longer has an individual right to some or all of the special education and related services that child would receive if enrolled in a public school, they may receive some services through the equitable services provision of IDEA. If, on the other hand, the child is enrolled by their parent in a for-profit private school or homeschooled, neither of which meet the definition of an elementary or secondary school, the child would not be considered to be a parentally placed child with a disability and would have no right to any special education or related services under the IDEA. The equitable services requirement provides that the LEA school district must spend an amount proportionate to the amount of IDEA funds they receive for the group of parentally placed private school children with disabilities attending private elementary or secondary schools in the school district served by the LEA. Children who are not enrolled in those schools, children who are enrolled in for-profit private schools or who are homeschooled, do not receive any IDEA funds. IDEA does not provide school districts any funds for children in for-profit private schools or who are homeschooled, so the equitable education or the pro rata share doesn't apply. It's just not equivalent. The school district, though, would continue to be responsible, just as for all children, for child find activities, meaning evaluating a child who they suspect to have a disability and reevaluating at least once every 3 years to determine if the child continues to. That, again, allows the parent to make an informed decision. And that's not paid for through IDEA funds. That's generally paid for through local tax dollars. My second concern is that the language in the current bill does not specify that what it says in 34 CFR 300.137 in the IDEA regulations, no parentally placed private school child with a disability has an individual right to receive some or all of the special education services that the child would receive if enrolled in a public school. And then they go into the whole formula and process for determining how to provide equitable services. And while that's not in the statute, the comments in the IDEA regulations state that it reflects the department's longstanding policy consistent with the Act and explicitly provides that children with disabilities enrolled in private schools by their parents have no individual entitlement. Under the Act, LEAs only have an obligation to provide parentally placed private school children with disabilities an opportunity for equitable participation in the services funded with federal Part B funds that the LEA has determined after meaningful and timely consultation with private schools to make available to the population of parentally placed private school children with disabilities. They are not required to spend more than their proportionate federal share on those services. I ask that you please add language to make clear both of those points, and I believe the amendment does that by including a reference to 34 CFR .137 and stating that the scholarship organization's explanation that's provided to parents of children with disabilities who are considering an EFA specify that a parental placement under IDEA means a parental placement by a parent in a school or facility that meets the definition of an elementary or secondary school. There's a typo there, elementary or secondary school under 20 USC 1401. And then I've included copies of all of the referenced materials, excerpts from the IDEA statute regulations, the letter to Chapman, and the New Hampshire Department of Education's memo number 38. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Dunham, for being here. For the information of the new members of this committee, Ms. Dunham has been a huge parental advocate for special education in my 10 years here in this body. And she has been with the Parental Information Service for special ed parents and has been a huge reference for this committee. And I appreciate you being here, even with your disabled hip that you are managing. I'm glad you're here. I just wanted to make sure that the committee understood the reference with which she's coming, and she's just been terrific for this committee. Thank you for being here.
And my hips are fine. I just have I fractured my pelvis in 2 places, which is both better and worse. And so,
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Cornell.
Thank you for coming here today and explaining this better than I did, so thank you very much.
oh, thank you. It's very confusing. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for being here. And I do not believe we have any other cards. Am I correct? No one else to testify? We can close the hearing on House Bill 446, and we have a few minutes until 11:30 and House Bill 603. and time to get back in action with House Bill 6003 relative to education service providers under the Education Freedom Accounts Program. And it looks like the bill will be introduced by Representative Woodcock. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Representative Woodcock from Conway, New Hampshire. Pleasure to be here. Representing Representative Tanner, who is away. In lieu of the time in the chairman's Lad's briefing, I will keep this brief and limit my responses. That being said, this is a bill that tries to once again put a few guardrails into the EFA pieces, and I'm sure that you're following on along with me, specifically under a couple declarative pieces for the education and service provider. The first one under A is the idea that the provider needs his business or their school, whatever program they're using, needs to be in operation for a year. And Representative Tanner is concerned about the financial stability of a program starting and then falling off. The second one, and I would make note that this talks about providing instruction to students in a public, non-public school that correspond and align with ED 400. There was some question about that, and Representative Lekas may have a question and has some valid points on that. Moving forward, the other couple of pieces is a concern when students go to some of these providers that perhaps the location may not be as safe and not meet safety standards that they typically would for students, particularly in the mechanical areas. And then finally, the last one is critically important, and that is the continued request for a criminal background check for providers that are working with students as they would be in public school, anyone that's dealing with direct instruction. So that's the 4 points of Representative Tanner's bill. I appreciate the fact that I'm a co-sponsor, but I will tell you candidly, she knows a lot more about this than I do. And I'll be happy to take any questions I can answer, which would be a very brief number.
Thank you. Representative Lekas.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, as you know, how this would apply, this section B, if providing instruction to students. It needs to be an approved non-public school education program pursuant to Department of Education, blah, blah, blah. So the question is, what about tutors? What about music instruction, that type of thing? They are not schools, they are individuals.
Right. And I appreciate that question, Representative Lekas, particularly so they know that you made that prior concern last year when a similar bill came forward. And I think you're right. I think that this, I don't know, and perhaps Representative Cordelli does, I don't know if Rule Ed 40 has a further definition of what that is, but I would be happy to talk with Representative Tanner when she comes back and amend that to take your concern into the question. I think you have a valid point. I don't know, candidly, if the new E400 rules have that or not, but you make a valid point.
Thank you very much.
Further questions, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As you know, EFAs have been quite popular, perhaps more popular than was originally expected. A large number of students have registered for them. So I'm looking at item 2A. If new providers wanted to enter the marketplace to meet this increased demand, would item A prohibit them from being able to do so because they are not in operation for a year?
Thank you for the question, Representative Belcher. My thinking is your answer would be yes. It would preclude them from being participatory for the first year. The intent of the A is to make sure that the organization that's working with the students has financial capabilities to last for the year, so the youngster doesn't start a program, then it goes belly up. I mean, most of the providers that you'll see, I'm sure that others here who are into the EFA program, when you look at a list of providers, have been around a while. So, thank you. Yeah, but you're right.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, appreciate it.
And we have Sarah Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Director of Grassroots Operations with Americans for Prosperity in New Hampshire. And on behalf of Americans for Prosperity New Hampshire and our activists across the state, we'd ask that you oppose this bill. I'll keep this pretty brief. I just wanted to go over a couple of the highlights here. So primarily, the requirement that these service providers be in operation for a minimum of 1 year. I think this really restricts us in terms of innovation as well as opportunity for new service providers to enter the market. We're seeing education changing at such a rapid rate that we could be missing out on lots of innovative programs by requiring them to be in operation for a year. We're also restricting teachers' abilities to become tutors for this program. So if a teacher decided that they wanted to do this on the side or they wanted to exit the traditional public school system and become a tutor, this bill would say that they can't become a tutor for the EFA program unless they've been in operation for a year. So I think placing an arbitrary limit by saying that even if you've been teaching in the school system for 25 years, you have to be in operation as an EFA provider for a year before you can get that funds, is really limiting who we can take advantage of in terms of education providers. Also, that it seems like the points have already been addressed about the approved public school. A lot of these organizations are not schools. They are organizations or they're sports teams or they are otherwise outside of the non-public school system, but it sounds like those issues have already been addressed. So primarily my opposition is about that minimum of 1 year. With that, I'll just conclude and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Scott? See none.
Right.
Get off easy today. Thank you. I do not believe we have any further cards. If there's no one else interested in testifying, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 603 and maybe a little extra lunchtime for committee members as we will reconvene at 1 o'clock for House Bill 573.
Mr. Chair, I just want to apologize. I completely forgot after I introduced my bill that I wasn't supposed to come back to my seat and sit down and then I asked a question of Ms. Dunham and I'm not supposed to do that. So I completely forgot and I'm sorry for not following the rules.
Apologies accepted.
Okay, good. Okay, we're ready to go ahead with the hearings for this afternoon. The first bill is 573. This bill limiting education freedom account funding to budgeted amounts. Representative Luno, prime sponsor of the bill, is here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dave Luno, representing the people of Merrimack County, District 9, living in the towns of Bow and Hopkinton. And I'm here to offer the committee House Bill 573, which continues our efforts to put some guardrails and transparency and accountability and oversight on the state's education freedom account program. So HB 573 actually came out of drafting and with no, and I don't mean anything negative against our very, very hard-working and skilled legislative service drafting attorneys, but it was signed off. I signed off on it pending final drafting, and so it did come at us with an error that I'll get to in a moment, but. Excuse me. The emphasis on 573 is basically to provide some accountability and transparency when the state budgets for education freedom accounts. And 2 years ago at this time, the Department of Education had indicated during I think it was during the Senate process of budget development, that education freedom accounts were going to cost somewhere on the neighborhood of $130,000 in the first year and $3 million in the second year. And I think, as we all know, over that period of time, it's come in closer to $25 million. And we were warned. The legislature was warned during the budget process last year by the Office of Legislative Budget Assistant that it could that the state could face obligations under the program closing in on $70 million. So while it wasn't $70 million, well, it didn't turn out to be a $70 million exposure. It did come out to be close to a $25 million exposure, which was a lot more than what the Department of Education had let on, and so this is pretty simple. It just holds the program to not to exceed the budgeted amounts, and we do that in every aspect of our budgeting process. We know how many kids go to public schools in the year before. That gets budgeted in the first year of the budget and carried through into the second year of the budget. In other departments outside of education, commissioners and department heads and program heads have to talk about what their department needs are, and those numbers get put into the budget. The budget assistant said, hey, the education freedom account is really a blank check, and that's not something that we've done in any other program in the state. So I'm not doing it because I'm saying that we shouldn't be spending state dollars or taxpayer dollars on education freedom accounts. I'm not doing it because I don't think the state should pay for private school or homeschool tuition bills. I'm doing it because taxpayer money is being used and it should be budgeted appropriately, and state officials need to be held accountable if their budgets are not even close, as they haven't been in the first 2 years of this program, to what was presented. So there's a couple other areas where I think we've seen this type of type of language or this type of budgeting process used when it comes to education. We do it in special education aid. The Finance Committee budgets during the budget process. Somewhere it's usually around 30 or 32 or $33 million for special education aid. And there's a provision in that statute that if those numbers are not satisfactory, then every school district will get a prorated share of that. So if $32 million, if that was budgeted and that only paid for 75% of the true value, then every district would receive 75% of that budgeted amount. I don't think it's ever been that drastically off budget, but I think sometime in recent memory it has been 90 or 95% prorated. Another example to use would be the education tax credit program, which by statute, which same as a budget, is budgeted in this case at $5.1 million. And I don't believe in the education tax credit program that the number of participating students in the grants they receive have come up against that cap. And honestly, I'm not quite sure what would happen if they do come up to the cap, but we've certainly got examples like in special education aid where it was prorated, and I think another way to do it is you don't prorate it and you issue the scholarships until the money runs out. And then you may be able to provide some sort of priority or maybe more accurate budgeting in future years. But it certainly puts some accountability on what's being told during the budget process, and some accountability on the department for that. So just going quickly down the bill. On just the inside first page of the bill. The amounts to fund the grants and transfers are hereby appropriated from the department, from the Education Trust Fund, but then it strikes a lot of the language in there right now that doesn't have any accountability to budgeted amounts, and basically picks up with, I want to make sure, such warrant for payment shall, and this is where the error is on line 12. That first part on line 12 should not be in there. That was left over from FY23, and it's not even meaningful for this. But it should pick up at the end of line 12. So such warrant for payment shall not exceed the amounts appropriated for such purpose in the biennial state operating budget. And that's it. It's just truth in budgeting, and hopefully this is something that can be bipartisan, that people understand, because we do it all over state government. Your cities and towns do it. That's what we're coming up in March for many of our towns. We'll hold school district meeting and their annual town meetings, and that's exactly what we do during these meetings. And school boards present their budget, select boards present their budget, and they're held accountable to those to stay within those budgets during the ensuing year. So not asking any more from the state to be responsible with taxpayer dollars when budgeting for education freedom accounts. So that's what I've got here. I'm happy to take a couple of questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lekes.
I'm curious how you came up with $25 million for this year. Because I just did a quick calculation and it's nowhere near that.
No, I didn't say for this year, for the first 2 years of the program. I think it was something like
combining them.
Yeah. And that's what I said, was for the first 2 years of the program.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. You compared the possibility of prorating this program with the way that we do special education funding. When the amount runs out, it's prorated. But But when the amount runs out in special education versus this program, would parents have to pick up the cost in special education when it runs out? Because it seems like they would in this program.
No, in special education funding, these are grants that go to school districts. So parents do pick up the tab through their local education property tax. They absolutely do.
If I think I misspoke a little bit. I'm suggesting that when the amount is run out and they have to prorate the amount that is received for special education, anything over that amount that is not paid for by the state grant, is that amount coming directly out of the parents' pockets of the special education child?
Oh, no, because that special education is absolutely something that is directed to the state by federal law, and I'm really at the boundary of my conversant understanding of this, but not a dime of that comes out of a parent's personal wallet.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. When the budget cap or the budgeted amount is reached, what happens to other students who are in line to apply?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I was hoping to find that answer in the tax credits in the education tax credit program, and it did not. It wasn't clear to me in that program that it had been defined there either. But I think it certainly would be responsible on part of the commissioner to put in a budget that the commissioner feels will satisfy the needs of that program. At least we all go into the budget process eyes wide open, knowing exactly what this program might be costing based on all the best information that the Commissioner of Education has, as opposed to I don't know how, frankly, in business you would be out of a job in a heartbeat if you said something was going to cost $3 million and ended up costing closer to $25 million. That is just laughable. So it was pretty obvious during the creation of that program that a number of students, a number of families of students who were in private schools and homeschooled were already being in those education environments would qualify for vouchers. We've got over 20,000 students that are in those programs, and for some reason, the Department of Education said, we think maybe 4 of them will avail themselves of a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 check. I mean, that's just phony budgeting. That's just irresponsible budgeting. And all we're trying to do is put some guardrails on a program that the governor has suggested could probably use some.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other pink cards for this bill? Bonnie? Did we get one from Bonnie Dunham? We're on 573. Okay.
Yep.
Well, if you come on up.
Yeah, there was one. I remember seeing it.
I know we had one for it.
Maybe it's in a pile of one of those.
Got it mixed in.
Look at the last several bills and see if one got misplaced in there. We're looking for one that says 573.
Yeah.
No, you can do it after you talk.
446.
Okay. No, that's going back pretty early in the morning there. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Dunham, and I'm from Merrimack, New Hampshire. And when I read this bill, I looked at it from the perspective of a parent of a child with a disability. My son Sean is a young adult with intellectual and developmental disabilities and other complex disabilities. He's funny, charming, hardworking, handsome, and a good citizen. He's proud that he's worked at Wendy's for more than 20 years and is a fully participating and contributing member of his community. But he relies on services through the developmental services system, area agencies, in order to continue living a life of value and dignity. This is a budget year, so soon I and many other families will be spending our afternoons and evenings at budget hearings to advocate for adequate funding for the services that our loved ones need. Not that they want, that they need, often just to survive. I resent that while I will be testifying at what one parent calls the biennial begathon, and then having to work with the amount budgeted, the EFA program has no such constraints. It's like a program with a platinum card with no credit limit. That's not fair and it's not right, and I hope you support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Dunham?
Oh, I'll fill this out.
Thank you very much.
Back at my seat. Okay. Are we supposed to wipe the microphone down?
Yeah, there you go. Okay, are there any other pink cards we have for this bill? Not seeing any, we will close the hearing for 573. Next one starts in 25 minutes. Okay, the 20. and start the hearing on HB 621. This is relative to funds of the Education Freedom Accounts program after termination of a student's participation and responsibilities of the scholarship organization. Prime sponsor is Representative Luno. Welcome, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, David Luno, representing the people of Merrimack County District 9, the towns of Bow and Hopkinton, and I'd like to include Concord in that too. So I'm honored to bring forward House Bill 621. It's the final one in I think our basket of accountability, transparency, and oversight bills with respect to the Education Freedom Account program. And if 621 looks familiar to some of the members on this committee, it's because it is. And it was brought forward by its prime sponsor last year, former member Representative Bonnie Ham. And as she did last year, this bill also has bipartisan sponsorship on it, and is a relatively light touch on the EFA program, and I hope tightening up some provisions that we all agree make sense. And so without a whole lot of delay and taking up the committee's time, I'll sort of turn to the first section of the bill, and it's directed to changes when an EFA student enrolls as a full-time student in their resident public school district, and basically it makes it simple. If an EFA student enrolls full-time in their public school district where they live, of their residence, then number one, immediate suspension of payments of additional funds into the student's EFA. So these are funds that are directed from the Department of Education. They come out of the trust fund and they get deposited into the EFA. Number two, it terminates the EFA. And number three, any remaining funds being transferred back, in the EFA, in that student's EFA, get transferred back to the Education Trust Fund. The rest of the bill tightens up provisions in 194F with respect to suspected cases of fraud, and it basically considers what the scholarship organization's responsibility is when there's suspected cases of fraud. It talks about what the student's eligibility will be in terms of continuing in the EFA program when there's suspected cases of fraud, and then I think most importantly on lines 28 through 30, it changes the word may to shall when the scholarship organization identifies a suspected case of fraud, that it shall refer those cases to the Attorney General for investigation, and that's basically it. What happens to the EFAs when a EFA student enrolls full-time in their public school district of residence? That's where they live. And what happens when there's suspected cases of fraud? And that's really it. I mean, I hope that you know the light touch that House Bill 621 makes on the existing EFA statute is something that's certainly reasonable and acceptable by all the members of this committee. I don't have any reason to think that the governor would find these changes to be anything less some of the most reasonable changes that you would put in place to, number one, protect local taxpayers' interests, and also right there with it, protect the interest of taxpayers all across the state in the case that or in cases where there might be a suspected case of fraud, which does happen. We heard the commissioner say it. It happens in other states, and so I think having those guardrails here in New Hampshire would make a lot of sense. With that, I'll conclude remarks and take a few questions.
Thank you very much. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. I'm looking specifically at page 1, the last paragraph, lines 28 for 30. It says a scholarship organization shall refer suspected cases of substantial misuse of EFA funds to the Attorney General for investigation, and then the bill strikes out if evidence of fraudulent use of EFA funds is obtained. So would this bill, or is the intent of this bill, to increase the number of trials that proceed without evidence and do not have an evidential basis? And wouldn't that increase the amount of money going forward in trials, and that's an added expense?
No, thank you very, very much for the question. No, it simply refers it to the Attorney General for investigation, and the Attorney General is in a very unique, has a very unique role in New Hampshire because they've got trained law enforcement officials on their staff that know how to professionally handle investigations,
Yes.
draw out evidence, and determine whether or not something is fit to go to a trial. Because I agree, in some cases, you may want to take this to a trial if the amount of fraud was beyond a certain number. I think it may qualify for one level of misdemeanor. If it's above another number, it qualifies for a different level of misdemeanor. And the Attorney General, I think, is in a position to investigate it, collect that evidence, and I'm not going to speak for what the Children's Scholarship Fund has in terms of investigatory capacity, but I think should the Children's Scholarship Fund have a reason to suspect fraud, and they're the ones that are reviewing all of the requests that come in, then they can get it off their lap and get it over to the Attorney General's office. Attorney General's office investigates, and then they go, hey, you know what? Not a problem here.
So to summarize what you said, the intent of the bill is not to increase the number of trials nor the expenses relating to trials, but that might be the result.
It may be the result if New Hampshire experiences what has been experienced in other states, where there have been cases of substantial fraud, which is a ripoff on the taxpayers. And I certainly think the taxpayers in New Hampshire would expect the Attorney General that the Attorney General respects their taxpayer money is going towards purposes that were designed as important by the program, and not to take advantage of public money.
Okay.
Thank you. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. I'd just like to follow up just a little bit on the line of questioning Rep. McDonald was on page 128 through 30. Can you just speak a little bit to the rationale behind requiring the scholarship organization to refer cases to the Attorney General, who does criminal investigations, when there is no evidence of fraud? Because that last line is struck here.
Yeah, so if the scholarship organization has referred suspected cases of substantial misuse, so obviously you know, the Department of Education has rulemaking authority under 541A, where they can define what substantial misuse is. I'm sure in collaboration with the Department of Justice, they can determine what that level it is, whether that means $500 or $5,000 or $50,000. That's beyond, I think, our pay grade. But I think that could be borne out in rules. And, we left the word substantial in there. So, I mean, this isn't about misappropriating a postage stamp on something. It's got to obviously be greater than some reasonable threshold to be captured under the substantial misuse.
If I may just real briefly follow up. Can you speak at all to the difference in New Hampshire criminal code between substantial misuse and fraud?
I can't, no.
Thank you.
But if there's an attorney from the Department of Education, perhaps they would be able to.
Further questions from the committee? Going to Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So would it be correct to conclude, given lines 19, 20 through, 24, that if this is already, those lines, well, it's changing may to shall. So if those actions, the audit and so forth, are taking place, that seems to me it would lead to either everything is fine or something is amiss, and therefore the data to refer to the Attorney General's office would be rationally obtained.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion from that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a bit concerned about the immediacy, excuse me. And that's the purpose to my question, is how would you provide some protection for some step that had been taken to assist the student? I think of physical things like a hearing aid or something which might not be completely paid for, or something it might be contracted for a period of time and not be finished. And if you immediately suspend payment, then they might not complete something which is part of the process of helping them improve. And that was my concern with the immediacy language.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair question, and there's probably enough here where rules could tighten up on that a little bit more. But I think it also sets a fairly high bar for the for rulemaking when determining what a substantial suspect a substantial misuse of EFA funds, what that is, and if it was an example of a hearing device or something like that, maybe that wouldn't qualify. But in Arizona, somebody bought, I think, some sort of what are they called? The wave runners, the Sea-Doos. And those usually cost thousands and thousands of dollars, and that probably created a red flag for the company or the department that oversees the accounts in Arizona to say, hey, you know what, maybe we got something going on here.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Along those same lines, Representative, I'm looking more up at the top 5 through 13, and enrolling back in your resident public school district, there still could be outstanding charges. The scholarship fund goes through an extensive auditing period when they get an invoice for payment for an educational expense. And if you cut off the remaining funds in their account and terminate the account right when they enroll, aren't we in danger of stopping a parent from being reimbursed for a computer or something like that possibly?
Thanks for the question. I mean, this is a student that was an EFA student and is now going back into their public school. You know, if the day before they put in for I don't know, like a $1,200 reimbursement for a laptop to be able to take that back into their public schools, I don't know. I mean, I know. I think many taxpayers would say that's not what the EFA program was about. If students are planning on being in their public school, leave for a day, get a laptop, and then go back into their public school. I think that would honestly, if it didn't get caught in the first section, I think it probably should get caught in the second section.
Further questions of the committee? Representative Lekes.
I want to just follow up on that, but that wasn't the point of my question. But it says the EFA that has been open for at least one full school year. And so that's not going to be leave for a day, get a laptop, and go back. That's going to be something they were working on, and then whatever happened, they decided maybe their life changed and they could no longer homeschool the
Okay.
I mean, whatever, and now they have to enroll the kid. But they've already contracted to have whatever it was that was ordered, and they're waiting for reimbursement.
Yeah, you know, possibly the product could be returned. I know, at least I think the number one vendor in the EFA program has a pretty generous, return policy. And, if that covers the majority of maybe that specific case, I just think it's pretty straightforward that if you're enrolling as a full-time student in your resident school district, that you're terminating the EFA and funds drop back into the Education Trust Fund. Of course, the Education Trust Fund will have costs that it needs to in terms of adequacy that it needs to send to the school district too.
So now the question that I was going to ask, if that's okay, and that is, do you see this sort of, I guess, use it or lose it kind of rule that law that you're putting in being something that would discourage parents from saving EFA money because things when you're in later grades cost more than when you're in younger grades. And so it would make sense for parents to save that money so when they get in the older grades, they have it available for, the more expensive things. And do you think this would encourage saving or discourage saving if they realize that, if something happens and my kid has to go back in the school, we've lost it all, even if it's just for a year, they have to go back. Or
Yeah, so if a student is exiting the EFA to go back to their public school, I think I stand by the language here that you terminate the account and you just move forward. They've obviously made some decisions. If they want to wait for the laptop to arrive and get reimbursed and then go back in, I mean, families can make their own decisions. I think if a family did make a decision based on that, wait till the check comes in to pay for the laptop and then drop the EFA the next day and re-enter their public school, I think taxpayers might feel that they got cheated on that one.
Are there further questions? Representative Cornell.
I don't know if this is a question for Rep. Luna, but Rep. Lekes just said that they might save up in the earlier grades for something bigger in the later grades, and I didn't know there was carryover on. Is there? You can save it from year to year, just bank it up? Okay, thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Again, I'm sorry, because I didn't realize that either. I have another question. So literally you can save it if you start your child in kindergarten and you don't use up the funds every year you're in the program, you can save an undetermined amount of money if you don't use it?
There's no limit to that.
I've never read anything that says you can't do that.
Right. Yeah, you can roll over the funds from year to year until graduation.
We'll have Kate answer that as soon as, I've got a question for you though. a young man is going to, or gal, is going to a Montessori school and using EFA money to pay for that. Paid all the tuition at the front side. After 4 weeks, decides, I'm going to come back to the regular public school. The money's already been sent to the Montessori. What's the relationship of the parent now? Do they have to obligate to pay that money back, or what's the deal here?
I have no idea how that works, and that may be a good question for Ms. Demers.
Okay. Further questions, Representative Luno? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Kate, you know, I know you didn't fill out a pink card, or I don't have one on, but are you there for technical support too? Would you please come forward? Several questions were asked. Could you help us out with those? Okay.
Kate Baker from Children's Scholarship Fund. Thanks. This is exactly why I hung around for technical support. It is not use it or lose it, the education freedom accounts. So to increase the family's way of looking at it so that they'll be fiscally responsible. So in other states, when people found that they gave money to families and they said, you have $1,000, you have to use it, they didn't use it the way we would want them to use it in New Hampshire with our kind of, fiscal prudence. So making the amount that they don't use roll forward into the next year encourages them to be fiscally responsible because they don't have that emergency feeling like, oh no, I'm going to lose this money, so I better use it. There's a small percentage of families that do, like Representative Lekis described, think ahead. And they're thinking, when I get to middle school, the tuition's going to be higher, so I'm going to use X amount of money out of my education freedom account to pay for things now, and then when I get there, I'm going to make bigger payments. And so it is, a grant given to the family. And so the way to think about it is once you've given it to the family, now it's in their responsibility where they're saying, I'm going to use X amount of money now, and I'm going to use this money later for something else. So does that help answer that question?
Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What's the average EFA voucher?
48 and some change. And the Department of Education has a page now on their website where all of these reports are. And the one at the top is a grid where you can see all the children that are in the program on that. That's where they're saying it's 48 for this school year. Yep.
So could you please answer my question about the tuition, the Montessori school?
Yeah, so we actually would ask the Montessori school in that case to return the tuition that was unused for the child. And we have a mechanism where, if someone purchases something, because we have the digital wallet platform, they can return the money right into the child's education freedom account. And so in that case, we would ask, say you were there for 6 months and then you withdrew from the Montessori school, but you had prepaid for the other 6 months, we would ask the Montessori school to return that money to the child's education freedom account.
How does that work? Many colleges, if you withdraw in the first few days, you get 80% back. And then if you, do it after that, you don't get anything back in terms of your tuition.
In my experience, the schools are not looking at this money like that. They're looking at this like they know it's money coming from the education freedom account. They know that the intended purpose is for that child. And so you could make an argument, for example, Rick, that if they kept that money, it wouldn't fit in a category, right? Because that money is for tuition for the child. It's not to cover their operating costs. So I could make an argument that if they kept the money and didn't return it like we would ask them to, that it's not an eligible expense then.
That raised a lot of questions, but
I mean, I think it's in good faith that they would turn their money to the child's education freedom account if they're not educating the child. Because in most cases, the families are choosing something else that they would direct that money to.
I see.
And so they're not retaining money that doesn't directly relate to the student.
Okay.
And maybe I've made the rules too strict, but,
Representative Dry?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Can you help us out and do you know any examples of reasons someone might want to keep an EFA account open for a little while longer once they've re-enrolled in a public school?
So the reason that they wrote this in the law, the legislators, if I remember correctly, we might better ask Representative Cordelli than me, but again, was to keep that so that it's not use it or lose it, right? So you're not feeling that emergency to spend the money on things that you don't need. And then secondarily, if you go back to your public school, you might still have needs. For example, there's quite a few families that contact us that might be enrolled in their public school full-time who wish they also could use the Education Freedom Account for tutoring and supplies. And so because it's the grant awarded to the child, if it's for the child's expenses, then it's being spent properly. Does that help? So you might spend it down on tutoring, for example. You return to your public school, but you're hopeful that you could use a tutor still that you were using for math in the afternoons. You might continue to spend down the money in your grant on a tutor.
Yeah.
And then in that case, it would just stay open until it reaches zero. There's no time limit on it.
Yeah, there's no time limit. That's right.
So I'm not following this logic at all here.
Okay.
So if you're withdrawn from the, where that money's being used, you're back in public school now, right, or wherever you are.
Yeah, you don't get any more deposits.
How can you then be using an EFA and attending that public school if you're attending full-time? How can you collect both? It sounds like double dipping to me.
If you've been in the, remember, it's the money from the prior year, though. You don't get any more deposits. So imagine I'm just a student. I'm going to just walk us through it so we get it, okay? I have spent an entire year in the Education Freedom Account program homeschooling, for example, okay? And I was given the grant of, we'll use the average of $4,800. And I paid for online classes, and I paid for tutoring, and I paid for a computer, and I have $20 left in my account at the end of the year. I decide I'm going to go back to public school for the fall, right? I would say I'm transferring to my public school. The deposits would stop because you're not re-enrolling in the Education Freedom Account. So you're not getting any more money deposited, but that $20 from the prior year is still your grant from the prior year. So you're allowed to spend that $20 on a textbook or a notebook or something that you need. Does that help? So you don't get more deposits.
What about the money you receive in the current year?
So you were not in the current year because you've withdrawn. So you don't get any more deposits. Got it? Kinda?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay, but you keep the grant you've been given. So it would be as if a family goes to your public school, right? You receive the adequacy money from the state. I mean, do they take it back at the end of the year if they paid the April payment to the district and a child leaves it on May 30th? Does the district return it to the state? They don't. It's by the payments.
So if I keep my $4,800 each year,
you could keep your. If
I
you've
could
been
apply
in it,
that to college?
If you've been in it, no. When you graduate, it goes back to the state.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. You got it?
Yeah.
This is fun.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. How often during the year are payments made into the EFA account?
Just like to the public schools, 4 times. So remember, you won't get a payment if you've left. Okay, so you have September, November, January, April. And so say you've been in the program for a whole year. Again, we're going to do another scenario, right? Now it's September, and September I decided I'm going to go to my private school. So then I get my September deposit. So last year I paid for my private school. Maybe I carried forward $20 that I didn't use last year. I'm in September. I get my September 20%, which is about $1,000. Now I have $1,020. Say I stay all the way to October 30th, and then I withdraw and go back to the public school. I wouldn't get November payment or January or April. I would probably pay that $1,000 I got for the tuition I owed in my private school. If I had $20 left there, again, I could use it for a notebook going forward. Am I helping?
Further question, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just another question, and thank you for taking my question. Just because I don't really understand the way the program works.
Brand new for everyone.
And I'm new, and so I apologize if everyone else knows this, but can you please explain to me, you're talking about a digital wallet where money is deposited and can be withdrawn, but then again, you're also talking about being reimbursed.
Yes.
Okay, so can you explain the difference?
We have time for this?
I'm sorry.
Okay, great. So technology exists now where there's a platform. And so it's a digital wallet platform. So it's like PayPal kind of meets Amazon to imagine it in your head. So the grant is held in this digital wallet, which is a bank on the back end. Okay, and the front end is an interface where you can log in. When you log into your digital wallet, there's 3 ways you can use it. There's an integrated shopping platform called the Marketplace, which is why when you look at the expense reports, you see Amazon and Staples and vendors like that. They're integrated into this shopping platform. The benefit for us from an administrative standpoint of families using that shopping platform to buy their notebooks right in the platform is, again, it's all internal. And so we look at it before it goes anywhere. So it's as if we have a pre-approval process. So a family puts things in the carts. We look at the carts, look at the SKUs in the cart and say, these things are allowable, but say this thing is not allowable. We would just say, this cart is not allowable. You've got to make a cart that's allowable. Okay, so there's a benefit. And then if a family does a return, the money goes right back into the EFA in the digital wallet. So it's technology exists. The second way a family can use this money in the digital wallet is through what they call a direct pay. In those reports, you had a list of all those vendors and schools. So they've been onboarded into the platform. So you go in and you say, I'm going to pay my school. You look for your school in the list right in the platform. Then you're uploading your invoice for the school in the platform. Again, we're looking at the invoice and saying, is it allowable or not allowable? Is it a duplicate, right? Is it an error? Is there a mistake on it? So that if it doesn't work, we say, no, you can't do that. If it does work, we say yes, and then the payment goes directly to the provider through the digital wallet. Again, it can go back into the digital wallet also if they want to do a return, for example, which may be why they're amicable to doing that, Rick, because it's easy for them to say, okay, put this money back in the child's account. But again, all of that stays inside. Then there's the third way, which is the reimbursement way. And in the law, it says they can do a reimbursement with a receipt. So you log into the platform, you go into the reimbursement section. The families actually have linked their bank account on that piece of it. They upload a receipt for something. So for example, we see a receipt from Walmart. Okay, my team Googles the SKUs on the receipt to make sure they're all allowable. If it's allowable and we can see that the family made that out-of-pocket expense, we can say yes, and then the platform directly reimburses the parent. Amazing, right? I mean, it wouldn't be possible without the technology.
Further question, Representative Myler.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want you to know this is the first time this committee has had a chance to at least get some briefing on how this whole thing works. So
I'm happy to be here,
appreciate
Representative
that.
Myler, you know that.
But here's the question.
Yeah.
See if I'm correct. It sounds like there is not a disbursement for anything without an authorization from one of your staff.
That's right, human eyes are on everything, yeah.
So nothing gets paid without some sense of oversight on that.
That's correct.
That's correct. Now,
Yeah.
you mentioned though talk a little bit more about your third category. I didn't quite understand how
The third way the families can use
Right, yeah.
the reimbursement capabilities of the platform.
Yes.
Yeah. So for example, you've made a deposit, right, at your private school to enroll, and you've done that, before you participate, you're like, okay, I got to pay their tuition. They're asking me for the tuition in July, and I don't start school until September, and you paid that tuition, you could get reimbursed for the tuition that you paid in advance. And that's in the law itself also. It says either we can reimburse them for that, or we could even pay it for them and then put the money back into their education freedom account. So, I mean, the way the law was written, it was so that the families could use that reimbursement feature. Again, we look at every single one of them. Those are the hardest to process because you can imagine, I mean, they're very diverse receipts. Every receipt looks differently. I mean, we're Googling SKUs on the receipt. And we've done 30,000 orders through this platform.
so far.
And you have, how many staff do you have now?
It takes about 10 people to run this program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. And my memory may or may not serve me all the time, but Arizona was the first program in 2011, and we've heard about fraud. And one of the great examples was Arizona, and got hit with some very heavy fraud investigations and charges for their early program, but that was because it was a manual system that they were trying to operate. Am I correct that they have now moved to the same platform that we are using?
That's right. Well, they're halfway moved to using, the platform is called Class Wallet, and they're halfway to having everything run through the platform instead of, they were using manual reimbursements and having families do expense reports. And that just isn't, first of all, it's not responsive enough to the families. I mean, the whole point of creating this program is for it to be parent and child centric, right? Not to be, make it difficult for them to use it, right? And so using the platform makes it so, for example, in our law, it says they have to have access to their real-time balances so that a family can log in and see what they've used their money on, their grant, and see how much they have available. The only way to do that would be using this technology. And so Arizona's moving towards using this technology fully also. And again, in New Hampshire, we are fiscally responsible. And so it would make sense that we would choose to design a program that was also fiscally responsible.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Representative Lekes?
Sounds to me like it would be very difficult to even commit fraud. And so I just wonder, in the 2 years it's been around, or year and a half it's been around, have you discovered any fraud or attempted fraud?
We ask some families some clarifying questions if we don't understand something. There's a lot of times that we look at something and we might not know what it is. And so we'll say to them, can you explain to us what this is? How does it align with your curriculum? We did have one family for whom we were questioning the receipts in reimbursement. And we did have to research to make sure that it was a legitimate provider that existed, that they were getting the receipts from. They looked a little bit strange to us. And so we wanted to make sure that the store actually existed. You know, in some of the little small towns in New Hampshire, there's tiny stores, and we wanted to make sure the store existed. And so we went to the store, we contacted the store, and we were like, okay, this is a real store. They just don't have very good receipts. And so those have been our experiences so far. We haven't referred someone to the Attorney General, but as you've noticed from this discussion, we do take this really seriously and would refer someone to the Attorney General and freeze their account and eject them from the program if we thought that they were, I mean, because they'd be taking advantage of us as much as they'd be taking advantage of the taxpayer, and that's just unacceptable to us. So we would do it, but we haven't had to do that.
Okay, we're in technical questions. If somebody has a technical question to ask of Kate, let's go for it. But I want to close this thing down by 2:30. One more here.
Thank you.
Love to get out of here.
Lines, oh, come
Go
on,
ahead.
you're having fun. 28 to 30 talks about investigation.
Sure.
The example you just gave of contacting that little store about the receipt and so forth.
Yeah.
I would think that that would be an example of an investigation you're doing to make sure that there is no fraud involved.
Yeah.
And that part is crossed out in this bill.
I mean, there's 4 pages of the parent handbook that pertain to this, and I don't have them all memorized, so I can't tell you all of the steps that we go through. But because that was such a big piece of the law, it's a big piece of the rules also. We do have a whole process, and Matt isn't here, but Matt would be the one to lead that process in his role as Director of Policy and Compliance in our organization. And so
Thank you.
It's laid out in the parent handbook if you do want to read it.
Okay, this is going to be the last question, folks. Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one last question, again, being new to the whole program. There's a lot of talk about the 10%. And so I have two questions regarding the 10%. One is the 10% above the adequacy amount that you get? And the second question is, there's been some talk about how as the program gets more efficient, that 10% cost may decrease. So can you speak to that?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So what it says in the law is up to 10%, and yes, from the adequacy. So it's not above the adequacy. So say a family gets a grant of $4,000, right? The amount that we could use for administrative costs is $400, and the family would get the grant of, how's my math, $3,600, okay? So when the family receives the grant, the cost of getting that grant to them and all the technology and the people is not there already. And yes, it's up to 10%. So last year, even with all the startup costs, we were at 9.8. And yes, our intention is to run it for as little as possible administrative costs. So it'd be great if we could get down to 5 or 6. The digital wallet platform, we have to pay for that, is a big part of the total cost of the program. Because while it's fabulous, it's not inexpensive. And so we're already running, if you take your 10%, you divide it up between the cost of my humans and the work that they're doing and the digital wallet, we're running closer to 7 or 8 already, because 2 or 3 is the digital wallet cost.
Okay, if there are any other questions for Representative Cordelli, ask them to Kate after the hearing.
Okay. Are we good?
Okay.
Is everybody good?
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Yeah. Happy to be of assistance.
I don't have any other pink cards on this one, so with that, I'm going to close this hearing, and we're going to start the next one up in about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, 5:38. We're making it. copy of 538. If you don't, I've got a couple extras up here on the table. Okay, we're ready to go. It's 2:30. And this last bill of this afternoon is 538, establishing a local education freedom account program. Representative Verbeil, welcome to our committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For some of you, this is going to be like deja vu all over again, but new and improved, even better than last time. For the record, I'm Representative Kevin Verville of Rockingham 2nd District, serving the communities of Auburn, Deerfield, and Candia. First, a little background on me, for those of you that don't know me. I'm a New Hampshire native. I was raised in Pembroke, New Hampshire, where I attended Pembroke Public Schools from grade 1 through grade 8. I attended Bishop Brady High School in Concord. I received a Bachelor of Science in Physical Science secondary education with a chemistry option from Plymouth State College. Yep, that's how old I am. It was a college back then. I attended graduate school at Tulane University in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I held an experienced educator certificate in physical science and chemistry from the New Hampshire Department of Education, and was certified to teach grades 7 through 12. I was a high school science teacher in North Andover High School in North Andover, Massachusetts, and at Hollis Brookline High School in Hollis, New Hampshire. I'm currently the technical director for Summit Packaging Systems in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm a product of public schools and private schools, both religious and non-secular schools. My wife, though she doesn't like me to mention her in these speeches, is a Spanish teacher working in a New Hampshire public school, and my two daughters attend public high schools in New Hampshire. House Bill 538 is relative to public education, and before we can discuss public education, we should understand clearly what public education is. Public education in New Hampshire means that each local community has an obligation to educate the children of their community. Inherent in this responsibility is the public funding for the education of all local children. So when we speak of public education, we are speaking of who is responsible for financing that education. That's why today, that is what today's discussion is about. It's not about how or where a community will provide that education, but rather how they will fund it. There should not be a discussion about this school or that school or this method or that method. Those things are a separate conversation. Before we get to the particular details of this bill, I want you to consider the following. There are no public schools in New Hampshire. That's right. There are no public schools in New Hampshire. What we have is a large number of private schools that have been granted unilateral claim to public education monies. Let us consider my hometown of Deerfield as a case in point. The Deerfield Community School, our local public school, is not really a public school. It is not available to the general public. It is, in fact, a private school for Deerfield children. If your child does not reside in Deerfield, it is all but impossible for your child to attend the Deerfield Community School. Deerfield is a small school district, so it would not be completely unfair to suggest that it does not provide sufficient evidence of the previous claim. Fair enough. Let us consider larger public school districts such as Concord, Manchester, Nashua, etc. Many districts have more than one and often several schools that teach the same grade within their community boundaries. But these schools, each providing an education for children of the same grade level, are not freely available to all the children in that community currently in those grades. Children must attend the school in their district, assigned to them based on the child's home address. Those schools are not public schools. Those schools are private schools for students living within a very specific and limited geographical area. This is an important notion to keep in mind. Current and modern thinking on education is to provide that which is in the best interest of the student. And I agree with that. It is hard to imagine that requiring attendance at a particular school based on a student's address will provide students with the education that meets their particular and individual best interests. It's also interesting to consider special education in this discussion. Children in the special education system each receive an IEP, an individualized education plan, to ensure the child receives an individualized education that is in the best interest of the student. Further, those requiring the most specialized individual education plan are often sent to or tuitioned into private schools, most of which are out of district, that are capable of providing for the needs that are in that student's best interest. So the concept and practice of using local taxpayer education monies to send students to private institutions for public education is already in common practice. In fact, my hometown of Deerfield is a public school for pre-K through grade 8. We do not have a high school. There is a high school in our SAU, but the Deerfield School District currently does not send any students there. We tuition all of our students to all of our high school students out of district and out of our SAU, primarily Concord. Concord is where we send the vast majority of our students. A few attend other schools. So school choice is nothing new. What we're about to discuss is who should be allowed to make the decision, who should get to make the choice for a particular student. That is what I hope we'll be discussing today. House Bill 538, an act establishing local education freedom account program, is enabling legislation. In New Hampshire, we treasure local control, and we have a long history of supporting legislation that grants our communities local control, local decision-making. This bill grants local control to decide if local education monies should be allowed to follow the child. The mechanisms contained within this bill already exist and can be found in existing RSAs. First, the question is defined in the bill. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 194G to allow the establishment of local education freedom account program in, insert your local district? This ensures that the question is stated clearly and concisely and cannot be altered for any reason. That way the voters know what they're voting on. The repeal language is also defined in the bill, and it asks the question in the opposite. The enactment, the repeal, requires a 3/5, a 60% vote in the affirmative by local voters. That is, the local voters will get to decide whether or not this is what they want to do in their school district. This sets a reasonable threshold for a community to make this decision, and it is a threshold that is used in other existing ballot methods, such as going from traditional town meeting to SB2 or from SB2 back to traditional town meeting. Okay? The threshold to place the question on the ballot is low by design to ensure easy access to enable local control. Again, these thresholds already exist in other statutes, and there is no value in setting an artificially high barrier to access, to ask a clear and succinct question to discern the will of the people in such a matter. The computation of local education funds, this is where we're going to depart from what we discussed previously in the last session when we talked about this. The local education freedom account shall be funded by the local district at an original amount equal to twice the per pupil adequate education grant amount under RSA 198:40-A, plus any differentiated aid that would have been provided to a public school for that eligible student. It's estimated that the state adequacy grant funds approximately 20% of a public education in the average school district in New Hampshire. So this program would make 40% of that money available to follow the child, leaving 60% of the money in the local school district. The state adequacy grant is currently, and I had to revise my notes a little bit, currently about $4,800 per student. So thank you, Ms. Baker, for staying back. Thus making about $9,600 available to follow the student. This is enough money to allow virtually any New Hampshire family to select the educational opportunities that they believe is in the best interest of their children. This program would be a fiscal win-win for both students, families, and local school districts. A student enrolled in this program is counted in the average daily membership and attendance calculation, and therefore all state monies associated with that child continue to flow to the local school district. This also means that the state and local EFA programs are mutually exclusive. A student could not participate in both. Okay? Special education monies are left entirely intact and untouched. Federal monies are left intact and untouched. Large part of the discussion on HB 20, which is our current EFA bill, was the grant would not be sufficient to allow lower income earners to access other educational options. Well, I would posit that every little bit helps, to be sure. This bill directly addresses that issue and provide a grant sufficient to allow even the most economically challenged families to access a very broad spectrum of alternative opportunities. That being said, it would be a shame if the debate on this bill devolved into a discussion of class conflict. Public education is providing the funding for the education of all children in the community using public resources. All children should have the same and equal right to lay claim to an equal share of the publicly raised regular education funds, regardless of the family's financial status. After all, we don't charge rich kids more money to attend a local public school. If a community chooses to allow local education monies to follow the child, why would we alter that equal access social contract? There's been a lot of discussion relative to the expected effects of school choice on local school districts. Let us consider some facts. I believe that most families prefer that their children attend the local school district. I believe this to be true for a few reasons. First and foremost, most families want their children to be raised with a sense of community and for their children to be connected to that community. Most families want their children to know their neighbors, and the local district school is often the most efficient way of achieving this goal. That is a reason most families want their children to attend local school districts. Second is transportation. In New Hampshire, we require district schools to provide student transportation to and from the local district school through grade 8. This is not an insignificant benefit for most families for attending their local district school. A family that chooses to leave the local school district for whatever reason, independently and under this program, would lose the benefit of free transportation. For the sake of brevity, lastly, most families believe that their local school district provides a good education for their children. Why would a family choose to leave a local school district if their needs are already being met? So for those that say this would cause a mass exodus out of the local public schools, I would say that simply should not be the case. And if it is, well, the school district should think about why that is. Fact of the matter is, no one school can provide what is in the best interest of every student in the district. There is no one size fits all. So for some students, an alternative opportunity is in the best interest of the student, and we should always strive for what is in the best interest of the student. New Hampshire has some of the best public schools in the country. Nobody refutes that fact. But going back to 2008 and looking at NECAP, Smarter Balance, and New Hampshire SAS, New Hampshire public school students as a group rarely break 50% at or above proficiency in English language arts, mathematics, or science. This is also a fact, a stark and stunning fact. So while we may have some of the best public schools in the nation, we are still on average missing the mark for half of our students. This bill requires to provide an annual record of educational attainment by having the student take the statewide student assessment test pursuant to RSA 193-C:6. So the previous version of this bill had multiple versions to show academic attainment. And that was one of the criticisms from the other side of the aisle on the previous version of the bill. And I took that criticism to heart. And so this bill has simply the statewide assessment as the vehicle, just like we do for public schools. Okay, so it's the same assessment vehicle. If you want to participate in a local EFA, that's what you do. It's interesting to note, once you enter post-secondary education in America, then we transition to a 100% school choice environment. And look how good that system works. The diversity in schools and programs is all but unparalleled and meets the needs of almost all. Interestingly, we do not try to block taxpayer money in the form of Pell Grants and student loans or other financial assistance from flowing to private colleges or universities, to religious colleges and universities. This program is little different than that with respect to where we allow tax monies to go. The allegation that there will be an exodus of students from the local school district to other opportunities is not really a possibility, at least not in the near future. Right? So why is that? The reason for that is simple. There's really no available slots in any non-public school in New Hampshire. There might be a few, but there aren't many. They have all been taken during the last several years as parents seek out other options to best fit their needs with respect to responses to COVID-19. So the available inventory is very, very limited, except for homeschooling, which is essentially unlimited, which is an option, but it's not an option that works for the vast majority of families. It just doesn't. So it's not unreasonable to expect that the inventory of available slots in education settings will increase to meet the demand, but that process will take time. Market forces are wonderful things to determine customer demands. If a district school sees it as losing students to other educational settings, then that's an indication that they have not provided the product, the service, their customer base desires, and that would be the students. If this occurs, then the district school has one of two options: stay the course and lose more and more of their customers to the competition, or retool and provide the product, the service that their customer base desires. This is the critical feedback loop that is currently missing from our public education system because we have continued to winnow our public education system into a monopoly. So, because it's late in the day, I'll sort of cut part of it short. But the American public education system is a wonderful thing, to be sure. But American public education is and should continue to be a lot more than just a local public school. Let us do what's in the best interest of New Hampshire children, New Hampshire students, and not confine ourselves to what is in the best interest of a particular institution or building. Public education is, after all, the public funding of the education of our children. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I thank you for your time and consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Ravel. I got one question for you. If a student receives one of your local EFAs here, can they also apply for the education tax credit? They can do it with the other EFA program. The education tax credit is one where the money, you know where that comes from.
Yes, I do. I believe the answer is yes. I would have to double check. So the way that this bill is written is it largely mirrors the mechanics of our current EFA program. So this bill doesn't look to recreate the wheel as to how an EFA works. This bill is simply making a potential availability of local funds to be able to follow the student.
Yeah. It sounds like you can do it.
I would say yes. And if I find out I'm in error, I'd be more than happy to confess.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. A couple questions. This is I believe this is enabling legislation, correct?
Yes. So
the answer to the question.
The answer is yes.
If a school district were to authorize this by a 3/5 vote, how is the EFA then going to be managed? It's managed locally?
No, so it's a 60% vote to enable, and if they enable, any kid that participates, any student that participates is grandfathered in. So if they repeal the program, the kids that are in it stay in it till they graduate high school. That's just to keep the playing field level. The way the bill is currently written, the school district would write a check to a organization that runs the scholarship. So basically the New Hampshire Scholarship Foundation or an organization, something like that. The school district would write the check to that district as the grant into their EFA, and then it would be managed just like the state EFA.
I'm confused, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm confused. So local school district says we're going to do this, and you've got 4 kids who say they want to take advantage of it.
Yep.
Walk me through then how the $9,600 is going to be paid out. What's the accountability of where the money's going, et cetera? Does that check are you saying now goes to the state EFA program?
No.
Okay.
I apologize if I'm making this sound more confusing than it is. This bill says, and I don't know the exact date, I can look it up, but basically by the second week in July, the local school district would cut a check to a scholarship organization that manages EFAs. So it would be managed under the same rules and regulations that our current state EFA is operating under. The only thing that's changing is who's cutting the check. So instead of the state cutting the check to the Scholarship Foundation, it's the local school district cutting the check. And instead of being cut into bites, into 4 distributions, it's front-loaded into the account.
So it does go to the state, and in this instance, the Children's Scholarship Fund, and they then manage that check. Is that correct?
Correct, just like they do with the state EFA.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Further questions from the committee?
But you can't let me off that easy.
Can you tell me if your community, you said you tuition all your grades 9 through 12 to Concord?
So we're coming to the end of a second 10-year contract with Concord High School, and our contract reads that we guarantee to send at least 90% of our public high school students to Concord. So 10% can be assigned elsewhere. Legally, we could assign half of our kids elsewhere, but then we'd be paying a double tuition. We'd still be paying a tuition to Concord, even though the student isn't going there. So right now, it's a 90% minimum threshold, leaving 10%, which my interpretation is the district is using that for manifest hardship, best interest of the student out-of-district placements.
Thank you. Any further questions, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. 2 questions really, if that's okay. One is you said that it's already in the statutes right now that if a community wants to do this, they can.
No, I'm sorry. So the mechanism to enable and disable and the way that the question goes onto the ballot is pre-existing in other parts of New Hampshire law. So there's already precedent for doing it this way that has served our state very, very well for decades. So the idea that the ballot question is defined in law, we do that on a lot of questions. There's a lot of warrant articles that are defined by law and therefore can't be amended. All you can do is ask the question and see what the voters say. The 60% threshold is pre-existing in law. The example I know the best is to be for a small community to move from traditional town meeting to what we consider SB2 type of local governance and back, is that 60% threshold. It could be set to 51, a majority. You could have a simple majority. The idea of the 60% is to show, a high degree of support for whichever direction the community is choosing to move. So for a community to enable this, you have to give 60% in the affirmative. If a community, so there's people that say, well, it's a runaway fiscal train and you're going to bankrupt the school. I don't believe that'll happen. I really don't. But if it did, there's an escape clause, right? So all of a sudden your tax bill is mushrooming because the costs are spiraling out of control because God only, whatever set of circumstance creates that. A 60% repeals the program. So if a community decides to try it and they're doing it and they go, actually, now that we're doing it, we found out it really doesn't work for us, you can disable the program and go back to doing what you were doing.
A follow-up.
Yes.
Directly to what you just said, though, but in the bill as written, the school district is still responsible forever until the child ages out of high school for the amount. So that doesn't really change the financial obligation of the district.
So I disagree with that. I understand your logic. I understand where you're coming from. So we have to make it fair for everybody. It has to be fair for the district, but it also has to be fair for students and families, right? So if a town enables a program like this, and a student avails himself of it, and they find the best educational fit for them, and the child is thriving and doing really, really well, and then the community decides, no, we're not going to do this anymore, for whatever reason, right? To then say to that child, hey, those 4 great years you just had, really glad you enjoyed that. We've changed our mind. You're going back here. That to me is unfair to the child. and to the family. And so and it's not forever, right? It's to the age of 20 or to graduation from high school. So it does time out. It does unwind itself. It winds itself down over time. The other thing I didn't mention that is worth mentioning, right, is the first year a child is approved into the program, that is a minimum grant. Okay. And the reason that's a minimum grant is because you don't want families all of a sudden getting half of what they thought they were getting, and now they can't do what they wanted to do because the financials haven't worked. So the grants are recalculated each year, and it can go up and down, but for a particular child, it can never drop below the first year grant. That way, the families know what their financial floor is, right? That this is a point where we're guaranteed and we don't drop below that. So it's to allow a certain amount of fairness. And where this is tied to state adequacy, one would expect it'll stay relatively consistent for fairly large chunks of time without giant fluctuations.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
I'd like to invite David Trumbull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from Ware. I am opposed to this bill for a few reasons. First of all, I think that it misstates the duty of education. The state of New Hampshire has the duty to educate children in the state, not the towns. The presenter of the bill said that it's up to our towns to educate our children. It's their duty. That's not the case. The Supreme Court looked at the constitutional amendment about education and said it is the state's duty to educate the children. And that's why the Claremont decision has been so contentious, because the state has shifted 80% of the cost to the towns. The towns run the schools, the towns are stuck with 80% of the bill, but the duty to educate is the state's. It is not the town's duty to do that. The second, and the other thing that was said was that we don't have any public schools in New Hampshire. I mean, obviously, our state laws disagree with that. For example, RSA 19338 says that all the public schools in the state cannot discriminate. There's a difference between a public school and a private school. That's the differentiation. So that the fact that a child from a different town can't automatically go to a school in another town doesn't mean that other town's school is not a public school. It is a public school. By statute, it is a public school. It's our common understanding of what a public school is. The second reason that I object to this bill is that I think it will cause significant harm to our local schools. The amount of $5,000 of times 2 gets to $9,600, and that's going to go up. So let's call it $10,000 in a school district that is only spending. And the speaker said, "Well, that's only 40% of this town's spending." That may be true statewide, but in the poorer communities, it's way more than 40%. In my town, we spend $16,000 for a child. $10,000 over 16 is like 65%-ish. So losing that money will seriously cripple the schools that are the subject of the Claremont Law School. These are the schools that can't afford to lose that amount of money. What will they end up doing when they have this cut? They're going to have to get rid of all the programs that make their school hold together. After school programs, bullying programs, gifted programs, French and Spanish, art, music and phys ed. They're all going to get lost because they won't have the funds after this money is withdrawn. The other issue on the local schools is I think this bill misunderstands what a school is. A school is run as a long-term proposition. People move into a town because they want to be part of the community, and that means having their children go to the school in that town. The people who run the schools, the school boards, spend tremendous amounts of volunteer time to run the schools, to run them as long-term institutions. This goes to when do we build a new school, when do we upgrade our athletic grounds, building a sense of community in the school, building policies so that we teach this in this grade and moves on to this grade. There's a lot of work that goes into building a school sense of community. This bill doesn't respect that, because when that money gets sucked out of those schools, the schools won't be able to maintain that sense of community. So I understand the bill says, well, what about this child who really wants to go someplace special? But what about all the families who moved into a town and lived there and they want to maintain the basic school that already exists there? This bill will gut our local schools. It's basically an attempt to do to the whole state what almost happened in Croydon last year. And we should avoid doing that, because that is a shallow concept of the social contract. We should have a deeper conception of our social contract to each other, that we start with the basics, which is our public school. Which brings me to the third reason I object to this bill. There's no data that indicates that this program works. We've got a pilot program with 80 some odd % of the students in it were already in private schools. You have just a couple hundred at most children who have moved from one school to another. And now we want to redo the entire New Hampshire education system with bills from this morning that could easily cost $100 or $200 million. And this one now turns our local schools into taking over the state's role of being responsible to running the duty to educate. It makes no sense to do that unless you know it works. This morning, I was reading a little bit of evidence to you about some of the issues with the choice programs, scholarship programs, voucher programs. And no disrespect is meant by using the word voucher, just that's the word that the education literature uses. But I will read you something from Indiana. This is from the Center for Tax and Budget Accountability. They studied Indiana's school choice scholarship. And what they said was basically it's going to divert public tax dollars away from the state's higher performing public schools to the lower performing private religious schools. They said, well, what's going on in other countries? This issue came up. This was a quote, "The nations that have been most successful in improving student achievement over time have focused on systems-based reforms that build capacity of the overall education system and have eschewed reforms based on competition and choice. Meanwhile, nations that have taken the competition choice path to education reform have failed to realize enhanced student achievement." And that's really the fundamental problem with this bill. We've got a pilot project that doesn't work. It hasn't worked around the country. It hasn't worked around the world. We're going to upturn our complete education system to do it, because some people think education is like buying coffee or other products. It's not a product. It's the way we build our communities is through our schools. So this bill basically tries to say that the schools become sort of like, well, it's built on the concept of competition. And I think that is the fundamental flaw in this bill. We should look at our schools as the foundation of our communities instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not seeing, thank you. Deborah House?
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. Glad to be back here again. I am the president of American Federation of Teachers in New Hampshire, and I am here to speak on behalf of our 4,000 members and the 165,000 public school students in New Hampshire. I was a little surprised to hear there's no such thing as a public school. I would disagree about that. And we are here opposing HB 538. I would agree with the speaker right before me who said that it is the state's obligation to provide public education and to fund it adequately. HB 538 would create a local voucher program, and it could easily decimate our local neighborhood public schools. It would leave our students with only a threadbare education. When you have students leaving your local schools for choice and taking the funding with them, the things that get cut first are the things that make the schools vibrant, the things that make schools valuable. I was just having a discussion with the gentleman back there who is on his local school board, and they're facing increased class sizes, loss of paraprofessionals because their state aid has been cut back. Those are the things that go first. Music, art, student learning support, library, transportation, sports, all will be on the chopping block. As local communities struggle to keep up with cutbacks, because as we have heard over and over again, there really isn't further to go with property taxes. Taxpayers are tapped out. You can't dig into pockets that are already empty and there's just no further you can go. Unlike the state voucher program, this program has no income eligibility restrictions, which means you're going to be asking struggling families to reach into their pockets to pay for, someone to go to St. Paul's or Phillips Exeter, and that's just not fair. Grant State families want quality, stability, and predictability, and they get that with their local neighborhood public schools. They don't want to take a chance on the promise of maybe an option being developed in competition in the future, of something better that could come on the horizon. They want schools that they know, they want schools that they have a say in, a voice in through their school boards, and they want predictability. This program would have the opposite effect and could lead to a bare bones education instead of the robust education that our students deserve and that they are getting in their neighborhood public schools. And for those reasons, we are opposing HB 538.
Representative Cordelli?
Yep.
Thank you for sticking around. I think you mentioned students leaving for choice programs and the effects that it had with various programs at the local school. But what about the children who leave for other reasons? I know in my local school district, last year, 104 students left. Enrollment dropped by 104 students, but only 21 left for education freedom accounts. 83 left for other reasons. So I'm not sure how we would define the trouble on those 21 students leaving, causing disruption to the programs in the district. Can you explain?
I can't explain something with that amount of information because it's hard to, it's hard to really answer a question with so little information. If you're talking about students leaving and taking funding with them, then you have to take apart programs, and therefore you are not providing what the rest of the students are and their families are expecting in their schools.
Yeah.
But students who leave for non-choice reasons, the funding goes away for them also, does not? I
guess I'm having difficulty with picturing what your example means.
Okay.
So
the 84 students who left for non-choice reasons, the following year, the state money would go away for those students also, right? So it's not, so funding disappears if a child leaves for whatever reason. Isn't that the case?
that would seem to be the case. Yes, I'm still trying to work through leaving for non-choice reasons, but maybe we can have a conversation later and you can explain in more detail what you mean.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question for you. We know that there are students in schools that are undergoing daily, repeated bullying. We know that there are schools that are at the bottom of the proficiency levels in mathematics and reading. And we know that a child's in the fourth grade just once in their life, they're 9 years old once. Do you believe the parent then should seek out alternative education for their child, or keep them in that bullying situation or that situation where they're not learning any mathematics?
So there are several other options for how to address each of those situations. And, you know, there are currently ways to deal with persistent bullying, including requesting a manifest hardship if it reaches that far without any resolution when you work through the process before that. But how does having a town-wide vote that can lead to dismantling the public school for everyone in town help the situation you've described?
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Do we have any other pink cards on this bill? I guess we have no further pink cards on the bill, so this hearing is over, completed. And we are done the bills for today. However, I want to really let everybody on the committee know that on the 24th, we have those bills set for hearing that are already in the calendar, but I will be announcing on the floor tomorrow that we will be executing certain bills also on that day. So keep your ears open so you can understand which bills which we will be executing on the 24th. We have probably, as of the 24th, we will have 93 hearings in this committee, and approximately 50 of our exec sessions are complete. That leaves 50 roughly, or 47 to go still. So got a ways. So we're going to have to really try to make use of every moment we have, and I'd like to do that on the 24th as well. So have a good evening, and don't get caught up in the blizzard.
If you're going to be identifying those particular bills you're going to be executing on Friday, you just email us those numbers as
No,
well?
I've already contacted Representative Myler with the 6 bills, which we are going to be doing.
Thank you.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised too to see something that's pulled off what we had today put on to that docket.
Thank you.
That's where they come from. The 6 given to him or the bills possibly from here.
I got it.
Good, thank you. Those are used, Jen, give them to Jen.
You got the purple folder?
Yeah, they're right there. Yep.
Just stick it in the purple folder.
And then they'll take care of it. Either Lindsay or Jen will take care of it.